All right. Well, good morning, everybody. All right. On behalf of Representative Stephen Saines and myself, I'd like to, first welcome everybody to our part of the state down here, District 180 and District 174. We're glad to be here this morning. Glad everybody else is here, and looking forward to a very productive meeting. As you know, when the Speaker created the Rural Development Council, he gave us only one rule, and that was that we do not meet in Atlanta. We meet in the rural parts of the state, and that's what has brought us here to Camden County today. We're excited that with Dr. Michelle Johnston with Coastal College of Georgia is here. We're going to ask her if she would come up, and I think she would like to welcome the council. Dr. Johnston.
Well, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? Sounds like a little interference there, but we're all right. Can you hear me? Yep. Good deal. Well, good afternoon and welcome to the College of Coastal Georgia Camden Center. Thank you, Representative Jaspers and Representative Watson, for convening the House Rural Development Council here. We are honored to serve as the location for this important meeting, and last year we were pleased to host Representative England and Representative Powell and the council on our Brunswick campus. So we're glad to have you connected to the College of Coastal Georgia in one of our facilities again. Many of you may be here for the first time, or at least this is your first kind of up-close introduction to the college. So please allow me a quick minute as I welcome you to give you a proper introduction to the college. And for many reasons, we hope you will carry that forward with a great deal of pride for Coastal. We were born in 1961 as a college, and then we were born again as a four-year college 10 years later. And the past 10 years have been 10 years ago, I'm sorry. The past 10 years have been fast and furious and represent a very unique story, really unmatched in the country. Today we offer bachelor's degrees in 43 different program areas. We serve over 3,500 students, and 59% of those students are from this region of the state. The college began classes in Camden County in 1983. We were initially at the Kings Bay military base, and this 101,000 square foot facility here, the Camden Center, opened in May of 2004. You've seen the beautiful rotunda that is kind of the envy of many people in this community that enjoy using it, but also love the fact that it is here and such a beautiful area for events for the community, but also this 270-seat auditorium. We have classrooms in this building. We have state-of-the-art chemistry and biology labs. We have a full-service library and learning center, and we also have a teaching kitchen and a demonstration dining room for our culinary program. And we have the only Associate of Applied Science in Culinary Arts in the University System of Georgia. It's recognized by the American Culinary Federation. So courses here fulfilling the core requirements allow students to then go on and complete a bachelor's degree at the Brunswick campus or online. And I would like to say a big thank you to our center director, Joe Lodmell. It is through his hard work and connection with the Navy that we're working to reestablish and renew access to Kings Bay for the college and education for the civilians and sailors alike. Glenn County, where our main campus is located, may not appear to be a rural part of the state because of the size of the city of Brunswick, along with the population of the developed Golden Isles. But the College of Coastal Georgia, with both the Brunswick and the Camden campuses, is the access institution in the heart of rural southeast corner of Georgia. And I can put that, the College of Coastal Georgia, the access institution. Some of you know I came here from Ohio, where the conversation a lot is around the Ohio State University, so I'm going to borrow that for the moment. But the counties of the Golden Isles and Southeast Georgia, Glenn and McIntosh, Camden, Brantley, and Charlton counties face many of the challenges that rural America overall is facing. And when you look at McIntosh County and see that 1.4 physicians are there per 10,000 people, and that's followed by Brantley County, where you see 2.2 physicians per 10,000 people. And in those two counties, 18% of the population does not have a GED or a high school diploma. And you also look in those two counties, and 30 and then 30, almost 35% respectively, people in those counties make $25,000 or less annually. So one of our challenges was providing higher education across these counties, and one possible solution is online degrees. Our Bachelor of Applied Science in Workforce Management and Leadership is a completely online program designed for working adults to complete while they are working. This is an ideal program for many rural communities, and we talk to people in rural Georgia, and they tell us they don't have broadband access. Unless they can get to a public library or a McDonald's, they don't have the access. You have recognized this and are working to bring broadband to rural Georgia. When that work is complete, it will radically impact rural community access to higher education. So in closing, I know your work is focused on meeting these challenges and strengthening the communities in rural Georgia. The College of Coastal Georgia is delighted to host you for these 2 days. I want you to know that we are committed to being an agent of change and for growth in our rural communities. Please, please let us know how we can be helpful in the work that you are doing to make progress. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Johnston. At this time, we've got Steve Howard, the county manager here in Camden County. He's going to give us an update on Spaceport. We're going to ask him to come to the podium and start with his presentation.
Are they doing a panel? No. Are they doing a panel or just singles?
Steve, do you need the rest of your panel to come up with you, or they come up one at a time? What?
Okay, out there? Okay. General Bob Dickman is actually in the audience. We'll see if he will come up. We did have a circumstance with Dave Rayner. He's not going to be able to attend today from NASA, so we hope to have him in the near future. But we're thrilled to have you here with us today, and we're going to get our presentation up and running real quick here. Get him to set this up for me real quickly. Well, as you came in here today to Camden County, if you actually happen to come on South 95 to get here today, there's actually a billboard up. If you paid a little bit of attention to it, maybe you'll see it as you're here. But it talks about thanks space, thanks Titusville. Our goal in Camden County is that billboard will be in Virginia and it'll be in Florida. So when you think about space, you're going to think about Georgia and the opportunity of a once-in-a-generation opportunities. With that, I'm going to start this presentation. Real quickly, Camden County and a high-tech history. In the 1960s, the largest rocket was test-fired not very far from Camden County. Actually, we were declared the gateway to space. I tell my friends and colleagues in Florida, and for full disclosure, I'm a Florida native. My dad was born in Darien, Georgia, but I say actually, we actually were declared the gateway to space. And actually, Camden County was a contender on the launch site for the Apollo missions. There's a great politician, you probably know who he was. He says, trust but verify. So I wanted to bring in the materials real quickly just to let you see this real quickly. This is actually an original Life magazine. We actually have a copy of that, and on page 73, we hope to have copies on sale soon, too. Actually, when history and worldwide attention was on Camden County, Georgia, actually right here in Camden County. It's hard to see that one photo up the top, but it says Possible Alternate Launch Site. I was in Washington, D.C. about 4 years ago with a former chief of staff of NASA, and he said, Steve, when you get back to Camden, take a look at this book. And I finally got around to looking at this book, and it's actually called Project Apollo, The Tough Decisions. And again, Camden County, Georgia was on there based on some Georgia businessmen. Actually, they looked at Camden and championed the initiative to actually have this actually be Kennedy. So what an amazing opportunity to see in the 20th century, when history was made in Camden County, Georgia, an opportunity to do that yet again. And there's another photo there if you see that. And actually, the size of this rocket that was test fired in Camden is really amazing. And this is really a catalyst project. We talk about that. This is much like what I call an industrial park, except we got to get a launch site license. So it's really a catalyst project with an opportunity to actually inject private sector funding. We were a finalist in the past with Project Panther. Blue Origin, the Amazon founder, lots of money with the private sector. And that's what we want to do here in Camden County. An opportunity just like an industrial park. Instead of a spec building, it's going to be a launch site license. The first non-federal range on the East Coast. And we're going to have General Bob Dickman in a few minutes talk a little bit about that and really the importance of it. But what's important also is to attract the attractiveness of this to the state of Georgia. A lot of talent. I get calls all the time from graduates across the coast in Georgia as well. And all these folks are actually leaving, unfortunately, because not enough jobs for these high-tech jobs. But what an opportunity to leverage this asset that is currently stranded and actually have this as an asset for the state of Georgia. Also, Georgia Tech, if you look at that, 14 shuttle astronauts, pretty amazing. The talent that Georgia has here already and currently, what an amazing opportunity. And also our military personnel. Lots of phone calls I get from them, emails saying, Steve, don't forget about me. And quality assurance doesn't get any better than these nuclear subs we have currently, and the talent we have across this state is amazing. And again, it'll offer high-tech opportunities to rural Georgians. And this is what they said. This brochure I was able to get my hands on about 6 months ago, and it talked about the site in the 60s. And this was a strategic asset when this became a public-private partnership back in the 60s with the federal government as well. And it talked about the site in Camden. It was selected in 61 because of where it was located strategically. And again, this asset is stranded currently. What an opportunity to turn this back into an asset for the state of Georgia again. This is just a little brochure here real quickly. Kind of shows you when they dedicated the Space Booster Plant Division back in the 60s. And again, we have an opportunity in the 21st century to make history yet again. This is just a good friend of mine, Dr. Sean Cruzen, Coca-Cola Space Science Center. What an asset that Georgia has with that talented university system as well. They always say, don't forget about us. You talk about Georgia Tech a lot, which we love Georgia Tech, but don't forget about us. And this is just some of the things that he said when he came to Camden County. He talked about the opportunity. Of course, this is over a $300 billion investment opportunity that the private sector is investing, injecting as far as federal funding as well, globally. And if you look at Goldman Sachs and others, this could trend to be a $1 trillion opportunity in the future. So what an opportunity for us to actually take an opportunity to leverage what we have today to be part of the new space race. We're part of it now. Georgia can become the leader. And again, just future opportunities. It talks about that on the slide as well through the eyes of Sean Cruzen as well. Telecommunications, broadband, earth systems. We talked about that earlier as well. But what an opportunity to leverage, again, the stranded asset we currently have to do some amazing opportunity. And also teachers and students. We did a Georgia Tech launch several months ago. But again, it's about inspiration. We don't do it because it's easy. We do it because it's hard. But what an opportunity to leverage, again, this asset. Really, I think it's a national security asset, for America as well. We oftentimes don't talk about that, but I do feel what an opportunity for redundancy for the East Coast. If something happens to Florida, Wallops Island, Georgia has an opportunity to become a major leader and an opportunity for national security purposes right here on the coast of Georgia. Licensing and permitting process. We can't do this without a federal permit. This has been a long, long journey, I will tell you that. But the good news is the FAA has never had a casualty of the uninvolved public. I'm going to ask General Bob Dickman if he'll talk a little bit about that slide. We're just happy and thrilled and honored to have General Dickman, homesteaded taxpayer in Camden County, Georgia. So we love that. But what a talent. And as I go across the United States talking with a lot of space operators, they always say when I mention General Bob Dickman, they say, how did you get General Bob Dickman to move to Camden County, Georgia? So thank you for your service, and thank you for being a great team player.
Thank you, Steve. thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming both to this school, which is an absolutely fantastic opportunity for the county and to Camden County as well. I've only lived here about 2 years, and I grew up in East Orange, New Jersey, right outside Newark. I spent 4 different tours in the Air Force and retirement outside Washington, D.C., over 30 years there. I will tell you, rural is good. We just couldn't be happier than being where we are. We just love St. Mary's, and John Morrissey, the mayor's there. Thank you, John, for all you do. When we moved to Camden County, I hadn't heard of Spaceport Camden. Heard about it. A guy named Bobby Braun introduced me to it. I spent a lot of time looking at it, whether it made any sense or not, and I was convinced that it did. Become a supporter. 25 years ago, I was at Cape Canaveral. I was the commander of the 45th Space Wing, which is also the director of the Eastern Range, which means I had responsibility for range safety for all NASA and Air Force launches from the East Coast, just as a counterpart on the West Coast had it at Vandenberg. So I spent a lot of time in the range safety business. This slide is a little bit, the slide that's not up there anymore, and what Steve said, 300 licensed commercial launches. In reality, the launch process for range safety was developed by the Air Force on the East and the West Coast. It started in 1950 with the first launch at Cape Canaveral by Bumper, and then at Vandenberg. That process, codified in regulations, has been adopted by the FAA, and has been in place for close to 2,000 launches, not 300 launches. There has never been what's called a third-party injury done in the entire history of the U.S. space program, because those processes are in place. Now, most of those launches, virtually all of those launches, have been based for medium or large rockets, whether it's Saturn V or Falcon 9. It's much bigger rockets that are intended to be here at Spaceport Camden, by a factor of about 10. So it's a far safer process to launch from Spaceport Camden, because we're doing smaller rockets. They're liquid rockets as opposed to solid fuel. The things that have caused damage, have damage, not injuries, have been solid fuel rockets. So it's a different process. It's the same process for much smaller rockets, much more suited to what's going on here. And what's convinced me that it can be done very safely from here. The economic impact is not what's going to happen at the launch base. It's what's going to happen around the launch base. It's companies coming in, building, developing, the ancillary people coming in, developing the pieces that go into the satellites and go into the launch vehicles, rather than the people that are on the base. The whole purpose for the small launch vehicle is to be able to drive onto Spaceport Camden, launch, load their stuff back up on a truck, drive off, and then the next launch provider comes in, and 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks later launches again. Turns over, something you can't do at a federal range. So that's what that's about, Steve.
Thank you very much. We're just so lucky to have General Dickman. Dr. Bobby Braun, a big fan of the Spaceport Project, former professor at Georgia Tech, NASA's first chief technologist, had called me several months ago before General Dickman came to live here, and he said, you're in major league luck. He goes, the chance of you being able to get a 2-star general from the U.S. Air Force over the 45th Space Wing as an asset for the state of Georgia is amazing, and all the other states are jealous that he's here in Camden County. So thank you for your dedication and service. Real quickly, the next step in the environmental impact statement, we're at what I call T-2. 2 steps less to publish the final EIS. We're hoping in the fall for that. That's all dictated by the FAA. They are the lead on the environmental impact statement, and they'll issue the record of decision. So again, at T-2, 2 steps left, a very long journey and a very expensive journey to get to that. This is what's analyzed. A lot of people ask me what's analyzed in an EIS. I don't think there's anything that's not analyzed. It's amazing what's put into an environmental impact statement as required of this FAA requirement and the federal trigger of this permitting process. And the next steps in the licensing and permitting process, they all kind of come together. But again, the launch site operator's license was submitted. It was accepted, and the next step is a licensing decision, which again, the environmental review is actually part of that. So we're at what I call T-1. We await on their decision shortly, we hope, and we're crossing our fingers for a very positive outcome. And this is a great quote. I couldn't make this quote up any better, from the Kennedy Space Center. The unique relationship the refuge shares with NASA is testimony that nature and technology can coexist and thrive. So it's amazing what you see at Kennedy, Wallops, Turtle's Nest. I get about 5,000 of them there, and just amazing opportunity that we can do the same thing at this launch site location as well for nature. And it is. Spaceport Camden, like General Dickman had mentioned, it is a catalyst for economic development. Payload processing opportunities. Just talked to a company actually last week, a tier 1 company, very interested in that. Education opportunities, what an asset for the educational system for the state of Georgia. Industry and manufacturing. I always say knowledge is power, but applied knowledge is life-changing. Imagine your grandkids, your son, your neighbor being able to come right here to Spaceport Camden and watch a rocket launch. That's what Georgia Tech students got to do. They said, Steve, it's one thing to build this at Georgia Tech, but we can't launch it at Georgia Tech. What an opportunity to do that. And they're launching now, actually other places around the United States, because there's no spaceport. Now we'll have one. What an opportunity. Space tourism, about $150 million economic impact for Wallops. What an opportunity actually to have that right here to watch a launch. Business incubators. I want all of those companies. They got to start out somewhere. You look at the SpaceX story, they were on the verge of bankruptcy, Elon Musk, and look at what's happened today. Jeff Bezos and others. It's about legacy for these folks. What an opportunity to get all these incubator programs right here on the East Coast in coastal Georgia. And again, STEM opportunities. What an opportunity to actually have that here as well. This is a great quote, never be limited by other people's imagination. So this is one of those difficult projects. You got to be focused, but what an opportunity. And that's what the Board of County Commissioners is doing. They're building for the future. This is Rural Development 101. You're taking a stranded asset and turning this back into an asset. I talked to somebody yesterday that actually their family worked on the site, both locations actually, and at one time over 650 jobs was on that location. On the left side, on the right side, about 150. There's no jobs there today. You know, what an opportunity to do something amazing for Georgia's next generation. That's what this is really about. I want to close with just this, and maybe we'll have some questions and answers. I'm often asked about, what is this project really about? You know, of course, it's about jobs, it's about opportunity, it's about an asset that's no longer an asset, you know, for this coast. But this is what it's really about. I got this letter a while back. It says, spaceport plans are exciting for young people. I feel like the youth are not always asked their opinion when things around them change. I am 15 years old and have lived in the coast for the last 6 years of my life. This is a beautiful area to live in, but it offers limited opportunities for a budding scientist. After hearing about the plans for a commercial spaceport, it gives me hope that I can stay in the area that I love, given that the only job opportunities that I can see in engineering and science are to join the military. I now feel that with this new innovation for the county, I'll be able to locally pursue my interest in STEM. I sincerely hope that the spaceport will be in operation by the time I finish my academic career. I look forward to applying for a job there. And that's really what this is about. It's about hope. It's about opportunity. It's about your kids, your grandkids, your neighbors. It's about Georgia's next generation. And it's not a handout, it's a hand up. And I will tell you, there are states that are jealous of this asset. They actually promote it and say they're threatened by Camden County, Georgia. This is actually official documentation. They see this as an amazing asset. You have tier 1 companies that come to Camden and say the same thing. So it's ours to lose. It is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. With your help and support, we'll ensure that his dreams become a reality. This young man that actually wrote us that letter. So thank you for being here. Thank you for all you do. You got tough jobs as well. You're going to have a great day today and tomorrow, I'm sure. And if anything we can do for you while you're here to make your visit more comfortable, and again, spend lots of taxpayer money while you're here and generate that for our coffers, we like that. So again, thank you for giving us this opportunity to talk about Spaceport Camden. Thank you.
I have a question or two that I'd like to just ask on. You didn't hit financing. What's the financing plan, which I'm sure is significant?
Well, sometimes we'll be asked that. Currently, we're doing what I call our due diligence. The due diligence is we have to have the launch site license. That's important. Now, in the past, again, an example was Project Panther. They were going to invest $150 million of their own money, write the check, and that's what they were going to do and create jobs. And typically, they want land. That's what you do in economic development. They want land. So we're going to look at all those opportunities, financing opportunities, but we're going to look to the private sector, much like an industrial park, like you do at the spec building. We'll look at that when the timing's right. Now we need this launch site license to have something tangible. That's what all the companies ask. They want to see the launch site license. That's what you need. That's like our spec building. But if you look at cost, it's not a whole lot at the end of the day. If you look at what it actually takes to become a spaceport in the 21st century, it's not like the 20th century. So it's pretty amazing. I think you can do some amazing things with a little bit of money at the end of the day. And that's what the board's committed to. And they look at this again, much like like you would look at an industrial park and things like that. You've got to inject that with the property and those kind of things, and that's what they're going to do. that's what the board's focused on.
Well, I know they've invested significant dollars in getting at this point. On those
Yeah,
other
about-
launch sites that are on the west side of the United States, I guess they're just generally where they are, has economic development developed around them and the manufacturing and the technology you described in the slide or two before around them, or is it truly just done somewhere else and they bring
I
it
think
in?
General Dickman will probably take the best, but back on the budget, just so you know, just for full disclosure, the length of this whole project is about 3.55% of our total budget. That's what the board committed to with economic development for this project to get us to where we're at today. The biggest lift is this launch site license. We've actually had one company come forward that wanted to actually buy us out. Now you got to be careful with that because we don't know what they're up to, so you have to look at all those opportunities. But it's pretty amazing, these companies, the interest they have, and how you do a 21st century spaceport compared to 20th century. But I think General Dickman's best to tell you about that economic opportunity around it.
Answer a couple pieces to it. One, there's really not much on the West Coast. Vandenberg Air Force Base is for polar launches, and it's north of Santa Barbara. It's really, really isolated. And there isn't much economic development around it other than specifically for the spaceport. Cape Canaveral and Kennedy is a different story. And I'll tell you, where Florida got it wrong is they didn't align their education program with the space program. So if you ask somebody where good aerospace people come from, you don't hear University of Florida and Florida State. You hear Embry-Riddle, but you don't hear any of the big schools. Georgia Tech and Georgia, to a somewhat lesser extent, are absolutely first tier for that. So the probability of drawing into the state is much higher than it was in Florida. But with the commercial growth that's happened, SpaceX and now Blue Origin, major construction going on the Kennedy site and right off the Cape Canaveral site by those companies. So as the commercial people grow, you start to get the economic development. When it was purely military or NASA launches, you didn't, because you didn't have the aerospace industry base there that came from the education. Does that help?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And Florida actually made a little bit of an announcement a couple months ago. They only had about 8 acres left in their exploration park. Again, so what an opportunity. And of course, Georgia's #1 export aerospace parts. So a lot of opportunity to leverage all these pieces of the puzzle to do some amazing things right here on the coast. Yes, sir.
Steve, wow. As far as like insurance, who insures a project like this? Is there any kind of protection of personal property? I know y'all said there hasn't been any loss of life, but how do you buy insurance in case there is loss of life or damage to personal property or the environment, or what does that look like?
There's federal required insurance required for these launch operators, and so far to date, I've never seen, again, none uninvolved public ever have any issues. And again, these are really, what General Dickman said, small rockets. You know, what you're looking, these are not, it's not the shuttle we're launching, so very different, but I think General Dickman could probably add a little more content.
The point is there's two different licenses. There's the launch operator license. That's what Spaceport Camden is going for. Once that gets in place, then the launch companies have to go for a license for each launch. And they have to insure each launch, and the FAA sets the requirement for that insurance.
Okay.
It's a large amount. I mean, it's a very large amount that they're able to actually get. But we've not seen anything. I've not seen any. I think even in the last several years, even with SpaceX and others, typically what happens is set the launch powder way downrange. That's if you look at the data, that's what happens.
Thank you. I think this is on. I wanted to ask you, on these, you have two slides here that you showed that just put it in perspective, where you can find Coca-Cola Space Science Center, some information, two slides related to that. And the one here, I'm just trying to get an idea related to telecommunications and broadband. Is what you're talking about, the like low orbiting satellites for the?
Correct.
Well, okay, that's great. But I guess my question: where are those things launched now? I mean, is there an issue where they can't launch enough of them, or just trying to get an idea of what we could
Generally,
do?
the basic deployment for something like SpaceX's company, they're talking about 3,000 satellites in orbit. They'll be launched on big rockets, hundreds at a time, 60 at a time now. They just have launch going. Once those constellations get in place, then it's how to fill the constellations as they get failures. There's planned obsolescence, not like the big commercial satellites that last for 2 decades. These will last for 2 or 3 years, and then they'll eventually decay out of orbit. Okay. So replenishments coming from small launches are part of it. And the other major industry is Earth observation, which also want to be in low Earth orbit, but they don't require the hundreds and hundreds of satellites. So My guess is the largest single early user of Spaceport Camden will be Earth observation, followed by replenishment and telecommunications.
So there'd be a market for it, what? I mean, there,
And the International Academy of Astronautics, which is the overall worldwide thing that does astronautics, had their international conference in Washington, D.C. 2 weeks ago. One of the papers was on small launch vehicles. There's 148 launch vehicles in development by their records, of which about 40 are probably dead already. But somewhere on the order of 100 are being developed, and they need a place to go. No small company in their right mind would go to a federal range by choice. I ran one. I know why you don't want to go there. For a small commercial company, it's just crazy to buy into that bureaucracy. SpaceX or Blue Origin has to buy into it because they need the infrastructure. So the nice thing about something like Spaceport Camden, you got a concrete pad and access and security and fire. You come in with one company, you go out, another company comes back in. So you can support multiple users, unlike a launch pad at the Cape, which is single purpose.
thank you, sir.
Just real quick, this is directly from Florida. I'm going to quote Space Florida. What Georgia can do is offer a clean slate where the appropriate requirements of NASA and the military will never impact the commercial schedule. The risk of commercial launch activity moving to Georgia is real and poses a genuine threat to the future of the state. And that was back in 2014. It's continued to go on in 2018. Ketchum is also concerned about Camden County, Georgia's plan for a commercial launch site. Georgia's prepared to offer a commercial launch site that is going to be as attractive as Brownsville, maybe more. And actually in their 2018 Florida Spaceport System Plan, it talks about Spaceport Camden will be in a class of a major world spaceport, that launches occurring from Spaceport Camden would be capable of a wide range of trajectories similar to those at Kennedy. So again, you're looking at these other states looking at us and now saying, wow, and I'm sure they did another due diligence as well. But again, like General Dickman said, this is an amazing opportunity really for the private sector, and that's what we're seeing, the injection of lots of dollars as a result of that.
Are there any further questions?
Thank you for your presentation, both of y'all. I have a couple of questions. If this is an ongoing operation, it's open and going, how many launches per year are there? And then the second question is, I know this happens to you a lot, but how much reassurance to people living in and near the launch area?
Well, our launch site license is for 12 a year. So that's
Pardon me, I didn't hear
it'd be for 12 launches a year.
Okay.
So that's a maximum. I think 3 to 4 launches is probably success. That's my opinion. That doesn't mean I'm a subject matter expert in the launching side of it, but I think that's success as well. But again, this is a rigorous progress with the FAA for safety and all of those attributes, and the track record is amazing with the FAA. So we'd expect the same thing here as well. So I think, again, it's a great opportunity. The rocket's itself about 70,000 to 90,000 feet above Cumberland Island, Little Cumberland Island, during a launch, so if you can kind of visualize that. And we're talking about minutes. It's amazing, again, technology has changed dramatically. So less fuel, less everything, and the size of them is just pretty amazing. General Dickman might want to add a comment on that.
I think the real point is how much smaller the rockets are.
Okay.
So that where we at the Cape had to worry about ranges going out 3 or 4 miles, keep them completely clear, that exclusion zone will be entirely within Spaceport Camden. And the probabilities, which is all FAA does, is they worry probabilities if the most catastrophic thing that you can imagine happened, what would happen downrange. The numbers get to vanishingly small almost by the time you get off Spaceport Camden, because it's a small launch vehicle, and it's because it's a liquid vehicle. The fact that it's liquid, it's either going to fail right away or it's going to fail way downrange. There hasn't been a failure of a liquid rocket during that transit period in literally decades.
Thank you.
And the county did put out a report recently. They have a little thing called ITAR, so you have to be careful with that, the regulations. But we were able to do that, and I think the data showed about 2,000 people could be on Little Cumberland and Cumberland Island. So what an amazing opportunity to be at a campsite and other places to market that. The county gets about $52,000 a year payment in lieu of taxes on Cumberland Island. We love Cumberland Island. It's a great resource. But again, what an opportunity for more tourism and STEM opportunities and other things right here on our coast.
Do we have any further questions? Steve, Major Dickman, thank you for coming this morning, and I'm sure there'll be further questions possibly tonight and at dinner. And the council will have a chance to ask you then, but anyway, thank you for coming.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
We'll get this started. Committee members, this is a fellow committee member that's here today. My neighbor, Chairman Kevin Tanner. We're glad to see you, Mr. Chairman. And we've got, as we all know, he's the chairman of our Transportation Committee, and we're sure glad Chairman's here and look forward to his comments today.
Thank you. Well, I was a little jealous when I came in because we usually at the Freight Logistics Commission, we don't have some of these famous folks in the audience. I'm not going to specifically name anybody other than maybe Laura Meadows, but that are here today. But I appreciate the opportunity to be here in this beautiful part of the state. I was asked to give a little bit of a history of transportation, and some of you on the panel know this as well or better than I do, of where we've come from over the last several years and how we got to where we are today. And then we've got a couple of panels that we're going to discuss. One, we're going to talk about House Bill 511, which we had last year, dealing with transit in rural parts of the state. And then the second one we're going to have some distinguished panel members really giving us an update and talking about the history of transportation. Those of you who were in the General Assembly back in 2010 or so will remember TIA and the conversations around creating a regional T-Splosh. And that's really when the General Assembly, and under the leadership of the House, really started taking on transportation in a real meaningful way here in the state of Georgia. And I will have to say, and I can't go without commending Speaker Ralston's efforts in that area. I can remember I was not in the House at that particular time, but I can remember being a citizen, sitting back watching television and seeing him in the well talking about the importance of transportation, and it's been a passion of mine for many years. So TIA passed, and it created the ability to have regional T-Splosh. And I was serving as a county manager at the time and was involved in the process in our region. Was not very popular in many parts of the state, did not pass in a lot of our regions. I believe it passed in 3 regions across Georgia. And those regions have had great success that passed the regional T-Splosh. Matter of fact, they're coming up on their renewal process very soon, and part of my duties as chairman of transportation is to appoint 2 House members that represent that area to serve on the committee that will review those projects. And I've done that, and those committees are starting to meet. So they've been very successful, both from the government perspective and from the citizens' perspective. But TIA was the first real step that we made as a General Assembly in making improvements in transportation. One of the things that I think that the General Assembly did a real good job of is after the TIA conversation and after they saw that that wasn't successful in a lot of regions across the state, they learned and they decided to go a little bit different approach. And so the House and Senate came together and formed a committee, a joint committee, that traveled all over Georgia talking about transportation needs. By the time that committee was done, and it was chaired by Jay Roberts, who was the House Transportation Chairman, and Steve Gooch, who was the Senate Transportation Chairman, and by the time that committee was done traveling the state, I don't think anyone denied that there was a great need for additional dollars for transportation, that we were lagging behind as a state in transportation. So that, as a result of that committee's hard work and members of the House and the Senate that served on that, we came forward with legislation, and those of us who were there remember House Bill 170. And House Bill 170 is probably as famous of a piece of legislation that almost everyone, at least in political office, when you mention that bill number, know exactly what you're talking about. And that really changed the landscape in transportation in Georgia. It created us from being a state lagging behind to really being a model of transportation across the country. House Bill 170 passed in 2015, creating an additional $1 billion in funding for transportation. And we've been able to see orange barrels all across Georgia as a result of that. And again, that was a turning point. As chairman of transportation, I've had the opportunity to be invited to several other states actually to talk about what Georgia's doing, and we're being held up as a model. And one of the things that I personally had an interest in is I felt very strongly that House Bill 170 was successful. It was bringing in the dollars, and those dollars were being spent wisely. But I wanted to be able to back up that theory with some facts. So in conjunction with the Department of Transportation, we had a study done by the Carl Vinson Institute and the University of Georgia that came back. It was about an 8 to 10 month study looking at House Bill 170 funding, where those dollars were going, how they were being used. And what I wanted to know is what impact was that having back on the economy. And it came back that for every dollar we spent, it was bringing back right around $1.9 into the economy. So almost a 2 times effect, which is very positive. That is on the GDOT website, that study. You can take a look at that. They also have a quick brochure with some quick facts on that that you can also look at. But again, I think it's important for us as policymakers to understand when we pass policy that we follow through to determine, is this really working? What does it look like on the ground? House Bill 170 worked. And I will say there was a lot of people in political office in the General Assembly concerned about the political outcome of that legislation. Not one single House or Senate member lost their seat based on their votes on House Bill 170. So that took political courage and political leadership, but it has proven to be very positive for our state. Now, fast forward just a little bit. One of the things that the conversation around during House Bill 170 was we needed to do something for transit and specifically Metro Atlanta transit. As a result of that, under the House leadership, the Speaker formed a Transit Study Commission. We traveled all over the state having conversations around transit, decided that it was a big animal, so we needed to break it up into 2 parts. We did that with House Bill 930, which many of you remember is created the ATL and started the conversation around Metro Transit. Then we continued to travel the state for another year, focused on rural transit. That resulted in House Bill 511, which passed the House last year. We're going to talk more about that on our panel. So a whole lot of work's has went on over the last 9 years in the Georgia House of Representatives and the Georgia State Senate around transportation. I'm proud to be a part of the body that has led on that effort. And I think you'll see as we continue to talk through this panel discussion today that we're continuing to lead in that area. So if it's all right, Mr. Chairman, we'll go right on into our panels. Is all of our panel members here for our House Bill 511 conversation? If you would, just come on up and have a seat with us. Well, I want to thank this group for coming out today. We, all of us here on this panel have had the opportunity to work very closely together over the last several years, and specifically over the last couple of years around transit and that conversation. And I was asked to bring a panel that could have a roundtable conversation around House Bill 511 that was brought forward last year, and I think we've got the right group here to do that. So I'm going to let each of them introduce themselves and tell a little bit about their background, and then we'll get started. We'll start with Vicki.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank you, Chairman Jaspers and Watson, for this opportunity, as well as the other council members, and to thank Chairman Tanner for the opportunity to participate on the panel. We have been following developments of transportation bills very closely because transportation is a very important priority for older adults. Before I start talking about, oh, I'm sorry. I'm Vicki Johnson. I can't see behind me, so I don't know if my slide is up there or not. I guess it's not. I'm Vicki Johnson. I'm the chair of the Georgia Council on Aging. Okay. All right.
Hello, I'm Kathleen Bowen, and I'm here on behalf of ACCG, representing all 159 counties in the state, and I do transportation-related policy issues for Georgia's county governments.
Good afternoon. My name is Don Masasak. I'm the Transportation Director for the Coastal Regional Commission. And here I'm going to make a small presentation on the benefit and the excitement about the HB 511.
All right, thank you very much. Vicki, let's start with you. And one of the questions I know that, and you mentioned this, that older adults have specific transportation needs. But so the question is, what population groups are affected by lack of transportation resources? What are the barriers, and how can House Bill 511 that the House worked on last year help to address some of those barriers?
Until last year, we didn't have a clear number on the number of older adults who lacked access to reliable and affordable transportation. But in the FY 2019 state budget, there was a directive to the Department of Human Services that they provide a research and report to quantify the need for each region of the state served by an area agency on aging. And what they wanted to look at was an estimate of current as well as future unmet transportation needs for older adults. And the finding was startling because the number is big. The number is 196,000 plus older adults age 70 or older lack access to transportation. And this is despite the fact that over 43,000 older adults are currently served by the programs provided in the state by the combination of Department of Human Services Transportation, Department of Community Health Medicaid Transportation, and public transit throughout the state. So there is a large number of older adults who need transportation and don't have access to it. We know that lack of access to transportation is only going to worsen health conditions that may be precarious and that may put the older adults at risk. And so we are interested in expanding transportation options for older adults, and particularly for those who are in rural Georgia and who have chronic health conditions and low income situations. So that's the population that we feel should be targeted with rural transportation programs. I'd like to talk just a moment or two here about what the barriers are. You had asked about the barriers. Well, let's talk about the barrier of gap in transit programs. There are counties, 35 of them in Georgia, that do not have public transit. So that's a big gap in services. We also know that if your county provides transportation, that transportation network may not expand beyond the county line. And when there are hospital closings and hospital consolidations, often the medical provider is located within a region, but it may require a trip that would cross a county boundary. So this is one of the big barriers that our area agencies on aging face when they try and arrange trips that would require a cross-county trip. We also know that another barrier is limited hours of operation. There are not too many doctor's appointments that run exactly on schedule. And so if you have a doctor appointment that was supposed to be finished by 3 o'clock, but instead it is 5 o'clock, and your transit provider no longer operates after 5 o'clock, then you are faced with a great difficulty in how you're going to get home. So we need some flexibility, and flexibility would come through expansion of services. There are also monthly trip caps for people who are eligible for services. If you need dialysis, you may need more than 2 or 3 or 4 trips a month that can be provided from your AAA provider. Also, there's more than medical appointments that are important for the health and well-being of older adults. We refer to these as quality of life trips. They keep people connected to their communities and to the social world, and they allow them to have access to meet the daily needs of living independently. They need to go to the grocery. They need to go to the pharmacy. And so these quality of life trips may not always be provided by the services that are funded currently. There are lots of program funding sources now, but if you don't qualify exactly for the trip that matches the funding source, then you may not get a round trip to where you want to go. This is a problem, especially in regions where there are both urban and rural places of residence. And so if your doctor is in an urban setting and your home is in a rural setting, then you may not qualify for the trip through the federal funding. Older adults with chronic health conditions also have some unique physical needs, and they may require specialized transportation that can accommodate wheelchairs and walkers, and this is not always available currently. One of the opportunities that we see is to make a innovative use of ride-hailing services. I'm talking about Uber and Lyft, and fortunately, we worked with Chairman Tanner to be sure that both 930 and HB 511 include publicly funded ride-hailing trips as part of the definition of transit. Now, the problem with these, even if they're available, they may not be affordable. And so what we're looking for are programs that would help to defray some or part of the actual cost of the trip. And there are some programs now that are beginning. There's a new one in Forsyth County that is going to be subsidizing these trips. Those are some of the barriers. Now let's talk about some of the opportunities. We think that a consolidated rural transit mobility management strategy is a great opportunity, and that's one of the main reasons that we support HB 511. We also believe that it is best to do transit planning on a regional basis because not all regions have the same needs. There are wealth disparities, there are population density disparities, and so we support a system that is a bottom-up regional transit planning system. We're very excited about the opportunity in HB 511 for new funding for transit. There are fees on ride-hailing trips that are included in the bill, and these fees would be used to help fund transit throughout the state. We are very excited because in some parts of the state, there are new voucher programs where older adults can buy a discounted voucher that they can then give to a non-family member, a friend, a neighbor, a church member, who can offer them a ride to the destination that they need to reach. And we have some interesting volunteer programs that are operating in the state of Georgia, and I'll just point out one in particular, ITN Lanier, which is operational in Hall County. And these involve hundreds of volunteers who are able to provide the rides, but often a volunteer program needs help getting organized. There are nonprofits in this country who will help do that on a turnkey basis. They will provide the software that you need to schedule the trips. They will put you in touch with grant makers and nonprofit funding sources. And so there is a way to do this, and one of the things that we like about HB 511 is its emphasis on innovation. And finally, what we would like to do is see better usage of the Medicaid program for non-emergency medical transport. Currently, only 11% of older adults who are eligible for this Medicaid benefit are using this service, and we think that there are many more who could benefit from this. So these are some of the barriers and some of the opportunities that we think HB 511 will bring.
All right, thank you. As you can tell, Vicki's very knowledgeable and very passionate about this issue. She hit on this a little bit, Kathleen, but I want to ask you, how will streamlining the process help local governments and ultimately the end user?
We'll say, as Vicki mentioned, there are 35 counties that do not provide transit right now, and the main reason why they're not is because if you try to start a rural transit program yourself, you're required to do a 50% match. So that is intimidating. The process of it is intimidating. It is not something that these rural counties have. And most of the counties that do not provide transit are your rural counties. So House Bill 511 did streamline the process. It did create one agency. It did have a one-stop shop where these counties, if they did want to provide it, they'd have one place to go for the funding sources, one place to go for the technical assistance. And not only that, the emphasis was on regional planning and preferably the region providing the service, because a regional service is going to help your rural counties the most. They're going to benefit from the regional emphasis, definitely.
Well, and that was a good segue into our next question. I'm going to ask Don. One of the things that we've heard a lot about as we travel the state, and you've heard this already twice today, is the barrier of, I live in this community, but my doctor is the adjacent county over, and that's the only way I have to get there, but my local transit dial bus program doesn't get me there. So one of the things that we wanted to try to do was try to encourage and incentivize a regional approach to transportation options. And Coastal here, where we are today, has done that and does that, and Don runs that program. So specifically, why do you think it's important to make decisions at a local and regional level versus all the decisions being made in Atlanta about what happens maybe in coastal Georgia?
A very good question. I'm going to be a little bit of bias on it too, because we do have the only true regional transportation system in the state of Georgia. And from that standpoint, what I mean is that we own and operate all 65 buses. The call center is handled through the CRC and as well as all the other bus drivers. So we have the true transit system that will address a lot of the concerns dealing with rural areas. What's fortunate about, we have the leadership from our council years ago that looked at and recognized the need to put together, to consolidate all 10 counties that served by the CRC and put it under one roof as far as coordinating transportation system. So we are able to provide full service to every resident within the 10 counties that we serve under the CRC. In many cases, though, they touched upon a real critical area is access to health care. One of the biggest things, the most crucial things that we recognize is getting access to dialysis. And in several cases, we have to provide transportation outside our region for those individuals that need access to dialysis. So having the latitude and the ability to respond to the customer needs is important. And we do get that collectively dealing with the Department of Transportation as well as the Department of Human Services, is that we're able to integrate and cooperate and coordinate a lot of these transportation needs. But keeping at that local level, at the regional level, is that we're able to respond specifically to the needs of that geographical area. In many cases, what we have to do is reallocate a bus. Even though we allocate and every one of our counties participate, we're one umbrella by the 10 counties that participate. When need occurs, for example, on a dialysis, we know they have to go 3 or 4 times a week, and in some cases, they may have complications after their treatment, which will detain that bus. So you have to have the ability to go ahead and pull in other resources to go ahead and address some of your other customer needs. For example, we rely heavily on access to medical services, but one growing sector that we're dealing with is now access to employment. Many of our situations where we provide service to employment 6 days a week, 3 shifts a day, that's critically important. So you have to have those vehicles moving on a regular basis so that you don't, one, jeopardize those people getting access to health services, and 2, you don't jeopardize those individuals that rely to have to get to work on time. So the integration, the regionalization of transit needs is really, really critically important from the standpoint of providing full service.
One of the things that, as a former county manager and someone who had ran a transit service locally, one of the biggest challenges we had was we had to deal with multiple state agencies to provide the service. And I think that's one of the barriers for the startups, for the 35 counties who currently don't have transit, is 3 different inspections, 3 different reports, 3 different standards, 3 different hoops to jump through. And anyone who's had to deal with bureaucracy knows that can be challenging. One of the eye-opening things that we saw during our transit committee traveling the state is we had a panel discussion, and the people who are responsible within those agencies said at the panel, this has been good because we have never talked before amongst ourselves, and we see a lot of duplication. So one of the things in House Bill 511 that you hit on is trying to streamline that process. So there may be a lot going on behind the scenes between the agencies working together, but as far as the customer goes and as far as the local city or county goes, it's a one-stop shop, and we felt like that would be very important. The other thing, that the question about regional approach, one of the things we also found was there's some commonalities across Georgia about the needs, but depending on what region of the state you fall in, there's some specific issues that's unique to your area. So we wanted to allow the planning to take place at a regional level, and that's what House Bill 511 does. It creates the ability to plan on a regional level up from the local government so that we develop that regional plan, and it looks for ways to incentivize folks to take advantage of regional transit services. Does not require a county or city to do that. Does not penalize them if they don't, but we're trying to find ways to incentivize. And I think that's one of the reasons that we were able to get ACCG and GMA and others to support this effort, is because it was not a stick, but it was a carrot approach. So I appreciate their help in moving this forward. One of the other things that House Bill 511 does, and Vicki, you hit on this a little bit, is it creates some trial programs. One of the things that I've always been a proponent of, that I've saw in government that doesn't always occur, is that we don't test programs, make sure they work before we spend a whole lot of state dollars on them. And we saw those programs get started, they go on for 10, 15 years, and nobody really ever stops and says, does this really work? Are we really spending our money in a wise way? So one of the things that we talked about and kind of envisioned with House Bill 511 is let's create some opportunities to pilot some programs for a very short period of time for low dollars, and then let's see if they work. If they work, then let's put those across Georgia, and if not, let's back up and do something different. So the question specifically would be, physically, do you believe this is the most efficient way to test these programs? Do you agree that that is a positive part of this legislation? And I'll just let everyone take an opportunity.
Well, we like the pilot programs that are in the bill because one of the greatest challenges for older adult providers is recruitment and retention of workforce. And senior centers, skilled nursing facilities, there is a shortage of available workforce personnel who can serve the seniors. And we know that if a senior center is paying, say, X dollars an hour, and a new company moves to town paying X plus $1, well, they're going to lose a lot of their low-wage workers at the senior centers who will go to work for the new companies. Now, that doesn't mean that we don't support economic growth. We certainly do. But we think that workforce transportation pilots are a very intriguing part of this bill.
Yes, we were supportive of House Bill 511, and there was, one of the pilot programs was talking directly towards the underemployed and unemployed, and that was going to help residents in, I think it was about 22 counties that were needing the help the most. So we were supportive of those pilot programs.
It's a really good question that we move on. And it's all critically important. And I'll use an analogy of the three-legged milking stool, is that you have to have the three components. You have to have transportation, you have to have the workforce, and then my third component will be in access for the senior citizen center. So those three things working together really provides a comprehensive transportation network. Case in point right now, one of the things we do is we do provide transportation out of our network, out of our county, to neighboring counties because of need to access to the labor force. Their county was saturated. They depleted the entire workforce that they had there. They were entry-level people that did not have reliable transportation. One of the things we were able to do was provide that reliable transportation. We had designated pickups, took them to the work site on 3 different cycles and brought them back home. In fact, in many of the cases, the companies that we're dealing with pays for the transportation. They don't let the employees do it because that is so critically important that they have to have reliable, dependable employees. So we really think on a regional basis is that you can enhance and even provide that a little bit more. What we're looking at, what we're excited about the whole thing is that when you throw in that workforce development component that we're going to be a part of here shortly, is that you can really now provide full service to the employers of the area. And those employers in turn that triple down that REMI model to where you got that third tier benefit going into the healthcare industry, to the retail industry, to the housing industry, and eventually everybody else that touches upon that. So we really think from the standpoint of a regional transit system, it will produce benefits far more than what we may anticipate.
One of the things specific to this area and others is the warehouse growth that we're seeing. And we had the Department of Economic Development approach us during the conversation around transit services, and they gave us some examples of some warehouses in certain places in our state that needed to grow and wanted to grow and could expand, but because this particular transit service did not go outside the county to get the workforce and bring it in, they were not able to do that. And that's one of the reasons that one of the pilot programs, and you two hit on it, goes directly toward workforce development and being able to link those that are underemployed or not employed at all who want a job with the opportunities that may just be one county over. We see that a lot in rural Georgia because you've got a thriving metro area, and then around that you have very rural and many times poor areas. And oftentimes the barrier is transportation. I'll give you one other quick example. We were in staffing service. I don't remember where the meeting was, but I know the staffing service was from Albany, but we were down that direction. And they came and they gave some examples of some things they were doing, but they had a gentleman who was supposed to show up come into their office to do paperwork to go to a job. He didn't show up. The guy said, I called him. He said, well, let me come in this afternoon. Then he called back and said, look, I'm just going to be honest with you. He said, your office is 8 miles from where we are. And he said, that might as well be the other side of the world for me, because I have no way to get there, and all my friends have let me down and won't drive me. He said, but the job that you're offering me is 1 mile from my house. And he said, if I can get that job, he said, I can walk to that job every day. Well, they told the story. The guy said, you know what, I've drove out, picked him up, and brought him in. He did the paperwork. He's been at the place for a year and a half. One of the best employees they have, doing a great job. And I think they actually bought him a bicycle, and he was riding his bicycle. But the staffing service had some very innovative ideas about how they could link that population with the jobs. The problem is the way bureaucracy often works is if it doesn't fit in the box, it does not happen. So the idea with House Bill 511 is to create innovation and to create the ability for innovation, to create the ability for coastal Georgia to be able to think outside the box, to create an opportunity for the older population in Georgia and the folks who represent them to think outside the box, for counties and cities to work regionally, and for us to be able to do things that's never been done before. And I think that's what moves us in the right direction. Last question, and we'll wrap up this part. But maybe Kathleen might be a good person to start us off with this. But explain the importance of increased funding for rural transit. And let me say this before I hand off the mic, just to remind the committee members. In House Bill 511, we worked very, very closely with the rideshare companies, Uber and Lyft specifically. We created a 50-cent rideshare fee, which they endorsed and support. That money would be dedicated to help with transit services in Georgia. It would be the first real significant funding source for Georgia, especially in the rural parts of the state. So that's kind of what we're talking about when we talk about increased funding.
So one funding piece hasn't been mentioned yet is that House Bill 511 did allow for single county transit options. So right now, only counties in the metro Atlanta could call for a transit splost. So this bill would allow counties outside of that metro Atlanta to go out for up to 1% sales tax to fund transit. And that could look like whatever that community needed it to look like. But right now, that option is not available unless you're in the metro Atlanta. So that would give locals another funding option. And the importance of increasing funding is because if you're going to put the emphasis on the regional and you're going to give more coordination funds, more technical assistance on the regional, that's going to help the rural counties. The match if the regional commissions provide, and if you're doing it on a regional, is minimal, if zero. So that would definitely help.
I think that the biggest outcome of that would be sustainability of a system that you try to put in place. An example, our case, we're covering all 10 counties, and the sustainability gets to be a problematic concern from time to time. But if we can incorporate then our 5311 GDOT passengers, as well as our DHS, and then also get into DCH customer base, is that there's sustainability that we have that can be reliable. And that sustainability will go ahead and then be reflected into the employment base. And that's the thing when we talk with industry, is that they look at the sustainability. So I think if we had another option of funding from the standpoint of sustaining a system, and by that I mean not only the acquisition of the vehicles, but the maintenance cost and the insurance cost is probably your biggest factor that you look at when you try to sustain that transportation system. And also then from that standpoint is that enhances because your chances for additional employment. One of the things we're going to be looking at from that standpoint when we do our workforce development is that they have to have, one, access to training facilities, access to that place of employment. And by expanding our system and integrating those three components, we think we're going to be able to address that problem down here in the coastal region.
In addition to the other barriers that I've already talked about, one cost barrier for older adults is that most of them require an on-demand transportation system. Fixed route transit with bus lines, with MARTA in the Atlanta region, those are not the types of door-to-door service that older adults need who have health conditions that put them at risk. And so that means these programs are going to be more expensive.
One of the things, too, I think it's important to note is this is not all about government providing the service. One of the things we wanted to do is look for ways to involve the private sector, and that's Uber, Lyft, and other companies have done a great job filling that niche, and this encourages that type of cooperation with the region, local governments. One of the things, there's a startup company out of the Georgia Tech Incubator who started a service where you could get on your phone on an app. If your dad, for instance, needed to go to the doctor and you were not able to take him that day, you can get on the app, fill in the questions. It'll come pick him up in whatever vehicle he needs to be picked up in. If it's an ambulance, whatever the case is, handicap accessibility, take him to the doctor. They'll even go into the appointment with him, sit there, take notes, come back to the house, stay at the house until you come back there, debrief you on the doctor's visit. Of course, different levels of cost depending on the service. But there's a lot of innovation in the private sector, and we want to be able to bring that innovation in and work in conjunction with what we're doing at the public level. So there's a great many opportunities here that we have if we can just get outside that bureaucratic box and think and be innovative and allow the private sector to work closely with the public sector and create some opportunities. One of the things, and in closing, I'll say too, and I know this group has been looking at this all across rural Georgia, but and Vicki and everyone hit on this, but on the Freight Logistics Commission, one of the things we've been talking about, we're going to talk more about in Waycross, is the fact that there are certain parts of the state that if we could connect freight transportation, for instance, to places that are very poor in our state, we could open up opportunities, because one of the challenges to the economy right now, specifically in North Georgia and around the metro areas, is a lack of workforce development. We have other parts of the state where we have people who want to work. There's just no opportunities. So transportation is often the great equalizer in being able to marry those two populations up. So I think what we were doing with House Bill 511, and let me just in closing tell you that I've been working with GDOT since session ended. We've had multiple meetings. We're very close, I think, to a piece of legislation that they'll support as we move forward, and then we're going to be working very closely with our Senate partners between now and the time session starts so that we can move forward a good piece of legislation. The legislation's currently sitting in the Senate Transportation Committee, so it passed the House, so there'll be some changes and a substitute hopefully to that, and we'll move that forward. So exciting things happening in transportation and around the transit conversation here in Georgia. And I'll close with this. In Atlanta, in the metro areas, it takes a whole lot of money to make an impact. But in some of these rural communities in Georgia, we can make a really big impact and change people's lives with small dollars. And that's what we found in traveling Georgia, looking at transportation barriers. It's not millions of dollars that can make a difference. It's small amounts of money. So we got a real opportunity here around transportation. We're excited about it. So thank you, and thank you to our panel. Give them a hand if you don't mind.
Okay, hang on, Kevin. Let's just see if the committee members have any questions for the panel before we move on. Chairman McCall.
I guess this would be to Miss Vicki. In a neighboring county from where I live, and where I live is where the dialysis center is. There's an assisted living. A couple of guys go to the same dialysis, live in the same building. the bus will take one, but the other one can't ride the bus because of some cost thing. And it doesn't make any sense. They go on the same day. The guy that can't ride the bus has to get church members to come and pick him up and take him. Is there a fix for that within any of this?
Well, the non-emergency medical transportation through Medicaid is only available to people who qualify for Medicaid. And I'm not sure if that describes the situation that you're describing, but perhaps Don could address that better in terms of what federal funding requirements will make some eligible for the service and others not eligible.
Okay, what may be addressing that concern is that the one individual may be eligible for cost reimbursement through the Department of Aging program, or it might be through the DCH program, whereas the other resident might be just strictly on their own and would be classified as a 5311 GDOT participant, okay? So that goes back to that county that's underwriting the cost. Some cross county lines, some don't cross county lines. And that, again, reflects right back to the funding stream. So if they were being paid out of the DHS funds, they can cross county lines. But if they got to do it privately under the 5311, then they may not cross county lines. So that's problem, I'm guessing, because I have that does prevail in our region in some cases. Right now, even though our boundaries are 10 counties, we do take dialysis patients on other occasions into 4 other neighboring counties, particularly dealing with employment.
Anyone else? I have just one.
I
Go ahead.
think the mobility management system is going to streamline that so that you don't have AAA directors, area agencies on aging, whose job is to manage the whole spectrum of services, getting personally involved in trying to set up a trip for a client. I was talking with one of the AAA directors in North Rural Georgia, and I said, what do you think about this mobility management idea that's in HB 511? And she said, Vicki, I think it would be wonderful.
Yeah, and that's one of the things, we have a mobility manager utilizing existing state personnel, just streamlining the process it would be in each region so that we could identify those types of barriers and things that just really don't make sense and find ways to remove those barriers.
I just got a question for Don. On the county line barriers, I mean, it seems y'all have found a solution to that, and I think that's generally what most people run into is they can't move from one county to another. Is that a rule somewhere that you've had to work around, or is it something we've caused, or is it, I mean?
In many cases, depending on what the end result is, like for access to medical services, it's not an issue with the Department of Transportation and DHS. From some of the standpoint of the employment, what we'll do is we enter a purchase service contract with that employer. Then that gives us the latitude to go ahead and utilize the vehicles to transport workers back and forth. But our biggest concern is making sure that the individuals, and in some areas, we have like 80 people in a couple of the counties that have to go to dialysis 3 times a week. So, and we can't restrict that to just the county of their residents. They have to go to the facility itself.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at is, did your Rural Development Commission take that on as an issue to take away the county lines where some others aren't doing that?
Yes, our county, our executive council, where the 10 counties come together and consolidated for one, they really encourage it and push us to go ahead and accommodate. And in some cases, they've actually introduced us to the neighboring counties to provide the service.
Okay.
It takes memorandum of agreements to go outside of the county. You can't just do it. It has to be part of the contract.
While y'all got the microphone over there, Donald, we have 12 regional commissions, and I guess if it's working for y'all and you're doing it, why aren't the other 11?
Yes, that bad idea.
Very good question. I have to go back to the standpoint of the leadership of our council and the leadership of our director, okay? They recognized early on that perhaps the most efficient way to have a regional transportation network is to come together and coalesce as one. And that leadership's been, really displayed at our regional level at every one of our council meetings where we're called upon to give an update on transportation. They really got, and plus they got money in the game, so they want accountability as well.
Yes, I guess back to you, Mr. Chairman, if we've got one that's already doing it and the others haven't figured out how to put it together. If we set this up, how are we going to know that the rest of these regions are going to do it and the money's going to be distributed wisely and effectively and services are there?
Well, and that's one of the things we saw as we traveled the state for 2 years talking about that very thing, is that having this conversation on a regional level would probably be more effective. But coming up with a way to make that happen without taking away local control from the counties. So the idea is to incentivize that process. Couple of things. One, in House Bill 511, it creates a regional council, mobility council within each regional commission. We're not creating a new board. We're just saying that the chairman of the regional commission will appoint that group from within its membership. They'll all be local elected officials. They're responsible for developing the regional transit plan. That's where a lot of those dollars are determined how they're going to be spent. That comes up to the state level and ultimately approved by the agency. But that's ultimately the direction we're trying to go to in a way that's incentivizing it with a carrot versus a stick. Because all the barriers that we keep running into, many of them are those county line barriers. And going back to Chairman Jaspers, part of the problem, and again, coming from somewhere like Pickens or Dawson, you're limited on your resources. So if you're taking people too far outside the county and you've only got one dial-a bus, then you don't have the ability to pick up those other folks who you took to Ingalls to work or wherever they may be going. So you're limited. Coastal, what they've done by regionalizing this and pooling resources with one call center, they're able to distribute the resources where they're needed on that particular day, and it's working. But it requires good management, good leadership at that level. I think the process we're creating in House Bill 511 with the regional mobility manager actually being stationed in each of our regions across the state will be very helpful in making sure that we have that type of leadership all over Georgia.
Just one follow-up. So does 511 state how the money will be distributed to the regions so that they're not all going to get the same, obviously? So is there a breakdown on how that's spread across the state?
No, the increase, as far as the money that's currently going, that's coming through the state from the federal government, that's distributed based on formulas from the federal government. That's something we can't change. The increase in funding will be part of the appropriations process every year, and the idea there is the agency and the mobility managers will develop their plan and their budget, and it would be presented to us at the General Assembly of how that money would be utilized.
Gotcha. Thank you. Anybody else? Question? All right, I think we're good. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
All right, it looks like next we're going to talk about regional and single county T-SPLOST and on the Freight Commission panel. Mr. Chairman, I guess you're already up there. Seth, Kathleen, you're already up there. Josh, Craig, come on down. Price is right. It's unknown.
Can y'all give that out?
It costs more than that, wouldn't it?
Ready when you are, Mr. Chairman.
Let's roll, we're on time, let's go.
Yep. I think we got some stuff getting passed out right now.
Thank you, Laura.
Well, thank y'all for being here, and Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it over to you.
Well, great minds think alike. So Josh actually brought the quick guide I was telling you about earlier for House Bill 170 and the study that Laura and her folks did at the Carl Vinson Institute relating to House Bill 170. So that's something you can take. And again, the full study's on the GDOT website. There may be directions to the link there, but I encourage you to take a look at that. It's great fodder for us to use as policymakers that what we did is actually having a real impact in Georgia. So I want to, I got a little introduction just to kind of bring everybody up to speed on how much we've done over the last several years as a body. But Georgia's accomplished a great deal in transportation. It's already been talked about in the last 8 years. 2015, House Bill 170, the MARTA in 2016 with Senate Bill 369, regional transit with House Bill 930 in 2018. And over the last 8 years, we've invested over $300 million in the deepening of the port in Savannah. Since 2012, over 76 counties have passed local sales tax for transportation. We're uniquely positioned to utilize and to capitalize on major transportation assets in our state. We already mentioned one of the fastest growing ports in the country. The Port Authority projects that we will grow from 4 million containers a year to 8 million containers a year by 2028. That's a tremendous amount of freight coming into Georgia. Roughly 83% of that volume will transverse Georgia by truck. So a lot of challenges ahead of us as a state. Great opportunities coming to Georgia, but great challenges coming to us too. How are we going to move all of that freight and those folks that are coming into our state that want to be here with us? So before we get started, I'm going to pass the mic and let everyone just give a real brief introduction of who they are and what they do. I know most of you know everyone, but just in case you don't.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Craig Camuso. I'm with CSX Transportation. I do government affairs for CSX in the southeastern region. I'm also here today on behalf of the Georgia Railroad Association.
Kathleen Bowen with ACCG.
Josh Waller, Georgia DOT, Director of Policy and Government Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee for being here. Also want to give a shout out to Carol Comer, our Director of Intermodal Division. Everyone in the room probably knows her very well. So,
good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Seth Milliken with the Georgia Transportation Alliance. We're the Transportation Committee for the State Chamber of Commerce.
We're going to do a good job passing this since it's going right back down to Seth. But we'll start at, I don't know why the other group said in perfect order, but this group. First, and I'm going to let Seth do this, Transportation Alliance has been instrumental going back prior to House Bill 170, very instrumental in House Bill 170. Georgia Chamber championed this issue along with the Metro Chamber for years, the need for increased funding in transportation. But Seth, if you would, just give us a brief history of TIA and T-Splosh here in Georgia and kind of how we got where we are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you mentioned earlier, kind of talking through the history of transportation in Georgia, our modern or contemporary iteration of attempting to address Georgia's transportation issues started back in 2005, 2006. Had a study committee process that, after a couple of years of considering legislation, produced the first structure for regional T-Splosh that went on the ballot. That legislation passed in 2010, went on the ballot in 2012. As you can see up here on the map that ACCG has put together, in 2012 it passed in the River Valley Regional Commission, the Heart of Georgia, Altamaha region, and then the Central Savannah River area region, and then last year in 2018 passed in the Southern Georgia region. So first attempt was a regional approach which passed in 3 out of 12 economic development regions. Obviously, for those of us that are from Metro Atlanta know one of the areas that needed it most, it failed. But we knew the structure was good, we knew the mechanism was good, so I think one of the signs of good political leadership is the ability to see where changes are needed, and the legislature came back and did that over the next couple of legislative sessions and continued to tweak and refine that mechanism by adding the ability for counties to go it alone, so to speak, and do single county T-spliced. Gave the ability to do fractions of a penny instead of being forced into doing just a single percent. And since that time, we have seen dozens and dozens of counties pass single county T-splice, counties all the way from Decatur County down in southwest corner of the state to Fulton County, up obviously around Metro Atlanta. So this is and has been a key part of our ability to grow and develop as a transportation system in Georgia. I, like you, have been to a bunch of different states talking about and telling our story, and we get almost consistent reactions from other states going, how does that happen, and how do y'all have that ability? They're amazed by the success of spliced generally for general purposes and local governments, education purposes, but with transportation. And a lot of that goes back to the strong partnerships we have between our local governments and our state government, who have historically worked extraordinarily well together. And also the fact that our local governments maintain a significant amount of our road and bridge infrastructure, and so they've had that need for years. And so this has over time grown to become a true success story for us as a state.
Thank you. Kathleen, we'll pose this one to you. The first, and Seth hit on this, but the first legislation was passed in 2010 that created the TIA and then the regional T-Splosh, and then the other T-Splosh we have around individual counties today. How has that changed Georgia? What does local Georgia look like today versus before we had those?
Well, I think it goes to show that if the local governments come up with the project list that the citizens understand and they see it as a need, that they'll support it. There's 24 counties that have passed a single county T-Splosh. That means their citizens voted for that to be a brand new sales tax. All these counties are a 1% sales tax, and they're for 5 years. So the voters are supporting these initiatives for the most part. There are 6 that did not pass, and that's for different reasons, but the majority are passing because they are coming up with the project list and they are seeing the need. And just remind you, the local governments cannot promote it, they can only educate it, so that's where y'all can play a piece too. You can help educate these efforts. But out of the 24 counties, 19 of these would be considered rural. I mean, there are populations of around 6,000 passing these. And what that means is that they're able to match what the state's given them, doubling the rate of the roads that they're able to resurface. So it's really matching what the state is giving to the local governments at a high rate.
You know, one of the things that is challenging sometimes with this conversation is transportation needs are not important until you're sitting in traffic, and then all of a sudden it's important. I know in Forsyth County, where I represent part of Forsyth, they voted themselves a $200+ million bond to raise their own property taxes to pay for road improvements that primarily were state road improvements, just to improve Georgia 400 and widen Georgia 400 that Forsyth County taxpayers paid for, most of that. Because of sitting in traffic. So congestion can lead to a lot of changes. Kathleen, what are some of the unique challenges that local governments are still facing in the transportation arena?
So local governments do own and maintain 80% of the road network in the state, so that is the majority of the road network. I know you'll say it's not where the cars are, but it is the infrastructure is 80% of the state. But then this summer, during our policy development process, the number one issue that came up for our members was looking at our bridges. Most of the bridges were built in the 1950s and into the 1960s, and they have a 40 to 50 year lifespan, so we're there. So there are, I think there's, I have the number somewhere, there's 8,000 bridges in the state. More than 1,350 of those are posted for weight restrictions or they're closed for traffic completely, and 97% of those are local bridges. So GDOT has a great program to support the local bridges. There's been bond investments from the state in the past, so we really just need to keep seeing that momentum going forward with supporting redoing these bridges, and that ties into freight and logistics as well.
Seth, I'll bring this to you, but I just wanted you to take just a few minutes to talk briefly about the mechanics of T-Splosh and TIA. Make sure everyone understands that.
I want to go back to the question that you asked Kathleen a while ago about the impact. And as we look statewide, I think it's important to note we list accomplishments, which are significant accomplishments, like 170 and the investment that the state has made out of general funds into the Savannah Harbor Deepening Project. If you look at all these counties over a 10-year period between 2012 and 2023, that's over $2 billion in local investment in our road and bridge network that would not have been there otherwise. And so it's important for these individual counties, but I think it's important for the state as a whole, and that again strengthens that partnership that our local governments have with the state government through the LMIG program and other things. So I don't think we can overemphasize the importance of the work that these local governments do on that side of things. So structurally speaking, both TIA, the Transportation Investment Act, which is the regional approach, and then T-SPLOST, which is the single county approach, are structured essentially the same with a few key differences. And I know Kathleen's going to check me here if I miss. Okay, here we go. They are both based on a local selection process where a group of local elected officials, if it's a single county, it's obviously the county commission. If it's a region, it's a group of local elected officials will get together, collaborate with GDOT, create what's called an unconstrained project list. That's basically a wish list of everything that they believe needs to happen in that county. Now, I think it's important to note that the definition in the code that governs that project selection process is transportation purposes, not transportation projects. It's a broader definition than just roads and bridges and gives the capability to do things, other infrastructure like maybe local airport improvements or things related to freight and logistics, and I know we're going to get into that here in a little bit. So they'll create that unconstrained project list, collaborate with GDOT, take local feedback from their voters, and then they'll narrow that down into a fiscally constrained project list, which essentially matches the revenue projections for the levy of that TIA or that T-SPLOST. That process goes through, there's a structured process for public hearings and gives the opportunity for public feedback. That project list is then advertised to the general public. That local elected body sets an election date, and then that project list is voted on by the voters in that political subdivision, whether it's a single county or a region. If it's a regional T-SPLOST, the levy is for 10 years, and it is for 1%. If it is a single county T-SPLOST, it's up to 5 years and up to 1%. It can be a fraction of a percent. Most, as Kathleen noted, most of those are 1%. The original 3 regions passed in 2012, as Chairman Tanner mentioned. Those regions are up for renewal in 2022, and I know the local elected officials in all 3 of those regions are already active, working and collaborating with GDOT to talk about the process of renewing those. And I think there's a pretty strong desire from most of the elected officials in those areas to see those regional T-SPLOSTs renewed. And then obviously we had the Southern Georgia region that passed back in May of 2000 or in the spring of 2018. And then that levy will run until 2028. We would obviously love to see other regions step up, and we'll be available to work with them if that opportunity presents itself.
Thank you. The next question I want to pose to Josh from a state perspective and Kathleen from the local perspective. Over this process, what are some of the lessons that's been learned at the local level and at the state level?
I think from just sort of for the state perspective, as you see with the options up here, the regions and the individual county T-SPLOS creates a lot more, sort of a menu of approach that we didn't have before. And so in terms of the lessons learned, I think we've learned that with locals having more funding available to them, we can have more partnerships. Some of the TIA projects that are on those lists are actually blended projects where they include federal funds, state funds, and so certainly trying to tackle some of those regional projects of note, that was one strategy used, was to combine both state and federal funding with the local funds. I think it continues to, from an administration standpoint, I think I checked the website today. You can check the TIA website, just Google G.TIA. It's $1 billion collected to date. So it's a lot of investment that's been raised. And I think it just goes, one specific lesson as they look to future lists are, again, just making sure that you identify projects at the end of the day that are going to win the vote, that are going to be supportive of the citizens in the region or in the county. Because that's the big piece, is getting it passed. You can have the best list in the world, but if it doesn't get passed, it doesn't really matter. Again, it also helps bring the counties and cities into the driver's seat as well on some of these projects. And then it also helps from the state standpoint in terms of identifying additional investments, even off-system investments, knowing that local governments do have an opportunity and an obligation to bring some skin into the game. Because we got to make sure that when we make these decisions around what to invest in transportation, that there is a driving factor, that there's good, sound reasons. So we're not building or investing in a project that individuals will say, wait a second, why did we spend those funds? So having an across-the-board approach, investment from the cities and counties as well as the state has been very good.
Also, for the single county, they learned by going through that regional process. Every county had to go sit on that roundtable and submit projects. So they went through that process. So when it came time for them to just look at the single county, they already had a lot of those projects in mind because they'd gone through the regional process. We also learned to have good estimates. I think the estimates the first time around might not have been what came to fruition, but you did better with the southern region, right? The GDOT estimates were pretty right on target, and that helped us with single county as well pay really close attention to what is the expected amount of money you can get from this. And we recognize the importance of having local skin in the game, and we've seen GDOT be a willing partner when you're putting up more money to match what they have to offer as well.
Let me say this, Craig is here for more than just passing the microphone, so we're gonna get to him in a minute. But this is for the other members of the group, Craig again, but as legislators here today and serving on this panel or on this committee, what can we all do as legislators to help encourage and support our local elected officials? Because investing in transportation and investing at the local level, coming to the state and partnering takes political courage at the local level. What can we do to help encourage that? Because I think, Josh, you'll agree with this. If I'm running a local government and I come to GDOT wanting money, I'm in a line of a lot of other folks wanting money. If I come to GDOT, like Forsyth County, as an example, came and said, hey, we're willing to put in $200 million in a county like Forsyth, and we're willing to help fix state roads, that gets your attention fairly quickly because they move a lot further up the line, I think. So what can we do to encourage that type of investment?
I think you verbalized it very well. I think the other piece is we know we've got unlimited needs or virtually unlimited needs and limited resources. And I think one of the things that we often will see is at the local government level, when they come to you or they come to the department, they'll have a project identified that we've got to get it done, it's a critical need, and we've got zero funds or very limited funds for it. But in the same breath, if you were to ask them about, okay, well, each year, just as a reminder, we have local maintenance improvement grants that are formula funds that go back to that go back to the counties and cities. Each year, at least 10% of the funds go back. And so making sure How are those funds utilized? Why did the project that's not funded stack up? And in some cases, if it's capital, that's an obvious reason. A lot of the LMIG funds are used for maintenance, but it goes back to understanding priorities and understanding what that county's going to bring or the city's going to bring as sort of the skin in the game. Again, underlying that it truly is a need. And that enables the state to be able to identify potential federal or state funds that could be paired with it. But I guess that's the thing at the end of the day, is asking, how are you utilizing your LMIG funds, as well as, I think, this having the law in place where they have more options than they had before 2012, before the changes in 2015 to allow for the single county SPLOST and before the transit SPLOST. They have these tools. So the question becomes, when you look at these priorities, what kind of vetting process have you gone through? What funds are you willing to bring? So I think that's just encouraging, asking those questions, just knowing what's available, so that because I know a lot of times the city or county is going to come to you and say, this is a dire situation. Just understanding more about, why it's a priority and what were some of their other priorities and how they use some of those other funds.
And I think another thing that's important too is when you have new members, new commissioners coming in, new city council members, is helping. GMA and ACCG does an excellent job, but we can help educate them on the tools that are available, because there are a great number of tools that the General Assembly have put in place over the last several years. Well, we've talked a lot about House Bill 170, about TIA, about transits or T-Splosh. But now we want to shift the last 15 minutes here and talk about kind of where we are on freight logistics. I've often referred to this as a three-legged stool: transportation and general transportation funding, transit funding and operations, and the third leg being freight logistics. And this has been an ongoing 8-year conversation on these three legs. But Craig's here with CSX, and House Bill 170, transit improvements, T-Splosh. Craig, in your opinion, now why the shift over to freight logistics?
Sure. Now that I have the microphone, I'm not going to give it back. No, really the wisdom of the legislature over the last several years to address the roads, which were in dire need of funds, has been great. What's been done with transit to help with moving people, throughout the rural parts of the state is good. People continue to move to the state of Georgia, and they continue to need those goods that are moved by freight, whether that is automobiles, whether that's refrigerators, dryers, other types of merchandise. The chairman mentioned the fact that the port is going to basically double in size here over the next 5 to 10 years, and while a lot of that 84%, certainly that the trucking is going to explode, so too is the rail industry, because 17% still of the amount of freight is a lot of freight. So there's stress that's going to continue to be on the roads. There's stress that's going to be on the tracks. There's stress that's going to be even at the airport, the air cargo that's going to be moved. So for the Freight and Logistics Commission to take a look at this and look at ways that we can more efficiently and really more importantly safely move that freight throughout the state, and also the amount of freight that comes through the state, is going to be very important.
I think you hit on a topic there. We often talk about running government like a business. CSX is a business. CSX is having to invest in infrastructure at a pretty high rate to be able to continue to stay up and to meet the needs of growing Georgia and the growing freight, which is the same thing we as a state and as policymakers have to do, is continue to invest in this infrastructure. Seth, what makes Georgia's freight and logistics system unique?
I'm going to answer that, and then I have a follow-up on one of the questions you answered earlier about lessons over the last 10 years. I think the biggest thing that makes our system unique is what Craig just pointed out. It's growth. We have two systemic assets that no other states have. One is the busiest airport in the world. That has not and will not change, I don't think, at any point in the foreseeable future. And we have the fastest growing port in the country. 2 years ago, we went to the state of the port, And Griff Lynch, who's the executive director of the Ports Authority, announced that they're going to go from 4 million containers a year to 8.5 million containers a year. And then this past year, we went down, I guess it's been about a month and a half or 6 weeks ago, we went down and he announced that they were still on track to do that, but now they've got this terminal that they're thinking about developing on Hutchinson Island, and if they do that, then they're going to go to 11.5 million containers a year. So I think the thing that makes our position unique is the systemic assets that we have and then the future growth that we're looking at seeing. And I was with Chairman Hatchett in Dublin just a couple of weeks ago talking to the local chamber there, and that I-16 corridor between has 235,000 truck trips a year between the port and Atlanta. It's going to double. Do the math, you know. And there are maintenance implications to that. There are safety implications to that. But there are also, if we plan appropriately and invest appropriately, there are economic development and economic mobility implications to that as well, in a very positive sense. So, I think the growth thing is the biggest thing that probably typifies where we are in Georgia in terms of our transportation system, and I think that lends itself to your question about lessons learned over the last 10 years or so. I think we've been the beneficiary of some pretty remarkable political foresight to see that growth and make some decisions. And one of the things that we've learned is we've seen those decisions made over the last 10 years, both at the state and the local level, is that transportation investment is a winner. Now, there's a caveat to that, which is you have to be able to tell the voters what the need is. You have to be able to show them that the revenue is being used wisely and it's being invested for a return on investment, and that return on investment has to match their priorities. But we've seen and we've collaborated with dozens of other states through polling and evaluating election outcomes and things like that. Transportation investment is a winner. And I think that's one thing that's made itself pretty clear in Georgia over the last couple of years as well. And that's an exciting and I think inspiring thing to know as we look at this future growth and go like, how are we going to address that?
Craig, we've talked a lot about highways and bridges and the road infrastructure, but explain to us the impact that freight rail has on the Georgia economy.
So you look at some of the biggest economic development gets for the state here over the last 10 to 15 years. You have Kia over in West Point, Georgia Biomass in Waycross, Harrison Poultry in Northeast Georgia, which are obviously, selfishly, they're all on CSX lines. But then you look at the inland port up in Chatsworth, the one that's being in Gainesville. They've got one thing in common, two things in common. One, there's a need for rail, but they're all in rural parts of the state. And what you see from a freight rail is that there is a lot of investment that goes on, all for the purpose of bringing rail to these companies. And the freight rail industry is, the chairman alluded to this, it's one of the highest, most capital-intensive industries in the nation. We put about 18 cents out of every dollar we make, goes right back into our infrastructure. So the need, and AAR, which is the National Railroad Association, did a study a few years ago, and I mean, it's in the billions of dollars that the freight rail industry is going to have, this is nationwide, over the next 20 to 30 years just to keep up with the need. And again, you go back to that 17% of the Georgia port is moved by freight rail, and while that doesn't sound like a lot compared to the 84% or 83% of the trucking industry, it's still a lot when you're talking about 8 million lifts. I mean, there's an awful lot. So the need for freight rail infrastructure by CSX, by Norfolk Southern, by the short lines in this state is going to be great, and it's going to continue to grow, especially as we need to continue to attract businesses that need freight rail services.
Thank you. And then a closeout question, I guess, would be maybe to Seth. What's the biggest challenges for Georgia as it relates to freight and logistics space? And you know, you've attended and been at all the freight and logistics meetings, and some of the things that have really come out, and then expound on some of this. But you know, number one, it was interesting to me when we were down here in Savannah, and we were talking to Kia, and I asked the question, what is your biggest concern about your success in Georgia? And they said not being able to find enough commercial truck drivers. That was a huge issue. They can only operate the Kia plant for 3 hours without receiving a delivery. They only keep enough inventory for 3 hours to operate. They get 700 trucks a day. We were up in Dalton, and we asked Shaw, one of their biggest concerns is not being able to find commercial truck drivers. Between that, between congestion, and between truck parking, it continues to be an issue. We have some real challenges, I think. So what do you see as some of the biggest challenges for the freight and logistics industry?
So I think there's a short-term challenge and a long-term challenge, and I think the long-term challenge is the same thing as that opportunity. It's growth, and so there's essentially a scenario where we address that growth and create economic development, economic opportunity. I think there's a scenario where we assume that everything that we've done to date is we're good, and I think there are probably economic consequences from that. As I've listened to what's been discussed at the Freight and Logistics Commission, the thing that's interesting to me is trying to boil these big numbers, 8 million containers, 11.5 million containers, down into digestible numbers and understanding what does that mean in terms of truck trips through Atlanta. We know there's 235,000 truck trips between Savannah and Atlanta on 16. We know there's 20,000 truck trips a day that go through the 285-400 interchange up in Fulton County, North Fulton County. And as those numbers get distilled and localized, we start to see kind of that ripple effect into other areas of our economy. And I think the transit discussion over the last couple of years and the HB 170 discussion was primarily centered around consumers and commuters, and how do we give folks a better quality, safer quality of life? How do we give them access to jobs? And this is a bit of a different discussion because we're looking more at commercial and economic development, industrial development, business development. And as we do that, and I think the study that GDOT did on HB 170, looking by industry sector and what the effect was on each one of those, was had a lot of foresight, because I think that's what we're going to continue to see as we drill down into this freight and logistics thing. Craig operates a railroad, but they serve Home Depot, and they serve Target, and they serve Kroger, and they serve a bunch of other industries, Kia, that I probably haven't even named. But the ripple effect there, I think, as we drill further into this, is going to be pretty significant. And I think the challenge is going to be finding ways to address that growth for the maximum impact of all of those industries that are affected, through that ripple effect, because each one of those industries represents jobs. I mean, those are people who have jobs and families, and those jobs are paying for college degrees, and they're paying for health care and things like that. So I think the ripple effect is pretty incredible that we've seen so far.
If I could add, just specifically it relates to the railroad industry, with the growth that's going on in the state, we're having to accommodate that. We're running longer trains right now. And I'm sure a lot of you and a lot of your districts have seen the trains that were once a mile long are now 2 miles long. So that comes partly because of the amount of freight that we're moving. It also comes because of technology has changed in the railroad industry. But what is happening is there's now need to go back to Seth's point about growth, the need for overpasses. The need for overpasses where historically we never would have thought about that, because the freight railroad that runs through, that made a lot of these cities in the state, is now lending to the congestion because these cities are also growing. So being able to mix both of those is going to be a challenge as we go forward.
I think, and one of the things that's important for all of us as policymakers to understand is the state's growing population-wise. We're adding 100,000 folks a year, 1 million a decade, just in the 13-county region around the metro Atlanta area. That's tremendous growth. We're also growing with traffic through freight here and around this area, traveling up to 67% of the freight that comes into the Port of Savannah. Its end destination of where it's going to be unloaded will be in that 13-county region around metro Atlanta. we're seeing explosions around Henry County as a result of that, because you can leave Henry County, drive to the Port of Savannah, unload, pick up, and be back at your home in Henry County within your driving time allotted by the federal government. So there's a lot of new challenges that are coming, but there's great opportunities. But we are going to have to be prepared as a state to invest, and that's going to be important, and that requires political courage. We saw that, and I cannot stress enough how much political courage that this body took, and under the leadership of the Speaker with House Bill 170. There were so many people who believed that we were all going to go home after that and lose an election. But I'm a believer that if we tell our story to the public here in Georgia, we listen to what they're telling us, and we explain why we're making these decisions, that good policy will lead to good politics. And that's what we saw with House Bill 170. Good policy led to good politics. It doesn't always get the most likes on social media. It may not get us on the 6 o'clock news, but I think when we talk about things like K-12 education, when we talk about things like agriculture, we talk about things like natural resources, we talk about things like transportation, those are the things the average Georgian really needs to understand and care about and move forward as a state. So great opportunities, great challenges. It's going to cost some money. But I'll tell you, at our next freight logistics meeting in Waycross coming up on the 19th and 20th, one of the things that hopefully we'll have ready is a presentation by one of our members, Brad Skinner from Omnitrax, who sits on several major corporate boards. And we're going to be talking about how can we use the problem of more freight to create economic development opportunities in parts of our state that need that through strategically placing infrastructure. So I think that goes right along with what you all talk about and are interested in here in rural Georgia. So thank you to our panel members. Thank you to this group for your concern about transportation. Those of you who've been in my committee meetings know that I always try to make sure we wrap up on time. So I think we've got 5 more minutes before our time's up. So Mr. Chairman, we'll turn it over to you.
All right, I think we got several questions here. So Chairman Werkheiser, you want to start it off?
Sure. I think this is for Seth. On your chart, you were, because I didn't know this, that the LMIG, the regional T-SPLOS, those counties took a significant hit or were willing to on the LMIG from 30 to 10. Why was that done, and why are they willing to do that?
So that's their match. So a county that's not currently under a T-SPLOST or a TIA has a 30% match for their LMIG. Those that pass a regional T-SPLOST, their match goes down to 10%. So that's actually if you got a $100 project, instead of having to contribute 30, you're now contributing 10.
Okay,
so
I thought that was the money coming back. That's going up. Okay, thank you.
That's correct. That's the local match for LMIG.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Chairman Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kathleen, you and Josh know this so well, and you know Southwest Georgia is very poor, but you hit it right on the level that we are faced with now about bridges, infrastructure in these counties, and the monies that we take in, the LMIG money, and we are part of we do have some extra money coming in on diesel, but still, if we get on a bridge thing, our bridge projects eat it all up. We've got bridges out, and to get on the federal thing takes 3 years. So our farmers, our individuals are just having to go way out of the way for these detours. How are we going to face, and I hope, Chairman Towner, you have got some good ideas on this as how these poor counties. We don't have the manufacturing and other things to actually pull monies in, and the tax base is not there to accomplish this.
So I think one major it comes down ultimately to the end of the day funds, right? And so we are thankful in previous years that the General Assembly and Governor have included bridge bond funds, and we've had those we've used those bond funds and in future opportunities as well to help also spur our local bridge program. So it's not just investing. So while the bond funds might have to be used on state assets, that frees up other state funds to go on local bridges. And so we've created sort of a diversity of local bridge programs. We also have the federal local bridge funding. And it's strategic. It still doesn't address all the needs, but it does help to identify some of these local bridges, because a bridge is a bridge. And so the state, and we're actually required under federal law to do inspection of all bridges, locally or state-owned, at least once every 2 years. In some cases, we're doing them annually. But we've identified programs for locals to come to where they can tolerate the bridge being closed without a detour, which lowers the cost, which allows us to go in there and replace the bridge fairly quickly and at a lot less cost, so we can actually tackle more bridges. So we've tried to more and more identify where we might have a bridge replacement that fits into those criteria to be able to just, at the end of the day, tackle more bridges. But the bottom line comes down to is that it requires funds. That's a critical discussion as part of this freight discussion, is that we are, as we go and we replace some of these bridges, so these load restricted bridges today that a truck cannot cross over because it's load restricted, you get that replaced, it opens up options. And then going back just to a point made about the importance of freight, this rural commission, when you think about what you've done in traveling the state, we talk a lot about moving people. When we're sitting in a car, we want to be able to get out of congestion. But the more efficient movement of freight will open up parts of the state, further open up parts of the state. So bridges are a key component to that. But to your point, there's probably not enough investment in there, but at the end of the day, we've got more tools than we've had before, thanks in part to the bridge bonds that the General Assembly has seen fit to approve in the past.
But the bridge bond money was removed in the 2020. So you have an opportunity to fix that and to help come January.
I want to add one thing to the bridge conversation. We've got just a shade under 1,600 posted bridges now. Anybody care to guess how many we had in 2015 when we passed HB 170? We had a shade under 1,600. And that is not a comment on GDOT's performance in that area. I think it speaks to the challenge they're facing and their local governments are facing in terms of trying to keep up with the pace of the bridges that have to be replaced periodically. So I think it's important to remember that.
And I'll add the caveat there. So when House Bill 170 passed, we about doubled or tripled the amount invested in bridges. And so you do have a ramp up there as well. So as you obviously before House Bill 170, we weren't anticipating that level. So when you go and look at the design for bridges, it took some ramp up. So we're seeing as HB 170 has moved on, and especially with the investment from bonds, we've been able to ramp up some of those replacements. But at the end of the day, it's still a very large number, particularly off of the state system. And so we're going to continue to try and tackle and whittle that down. We see that as a priority of the state.
Yeah, GDOT's doing a fantastic job with the bridges. They have programs in place. We just need to fund it.
Real quick, let's try to get the questions over. Chairman Smith?
Thank you to our panel. Chairman Tanner, one of the things I want to point out is Georgia is unique in all the states in the country, and that you spend some of your time trying to explain to other states how our state has achieved what it has. But then my question goes to the development of our inland ports, and I'm starting to hear about short lines, and I'm trying to understand what that is. Before you answer, my seatmate has been nudging me. He just wants to say one thing.
I'd like to remind y'all we do have a port in Brunswick. I've heard Savannah and heard Savannah today, and we're the number 2 in the nation for roll on and roll off. So we ship out a lot of Kias, and it's great for the state of Georgia. So we do have a port in Brunswick.
Thank you, and yes, and it's a very important asset too for our state. Short lines we have 2 Class 1 railroads in Georgia, CSX, Norfolk Southern. There are major rail lines that run up and down the eastern seaboard, Chicago, other places connecting Georgia with all parts of the country. Short lines are those railroads that are smaller, privately held rail companies that typically will go that last mile or that last few miles out to industries. And we have a number of those in Georgia, and we have one of those specifically is on our commission, our Freight Logistics Commission. Those are very important partners also. But as far as the inland ports go, and this kind of goes back to the question that was asked earlier about rural Georgia and economic development, one of the things we feel like is we can look at expanding that program in the future, working with our partners at CSX and Norfolk Southern, strategically locating those where we have the infrastructure in place with rail and roads. But that can be a huge economic boom to a poor part of the state if you're able to connect where someone can locate a business or a warehouse and they can have rail connectivity to an inland port, back to the port of Savannah or back to Atlanta. So there's a lot of opportunities there. The one up in Chatsworth is doing really well. It's taken off. It hasn't been open very long, but if you get a chance to visit one of those, I encourage you to do so. But we have a second to none port authority. Both the board and our executive director is doing a great job.
Representative Ridley, do you have a question?
Going back to the LMIG, tell me how that money's come about. Is it based on population still?
So it's a formula based off population and center line miles in the area. So it's 1/3, 2/3, and it's the code calls for it to be appropriated at least 10%, maximum of 20%, and the formula is set by the director of planning. It's been a pretty stable formula since it was created, so it takes into account both population and the amount of infrastructure that has to be maintained in that local jurisdiction. But it's only that infrastructure that's owned by the county or city, not the state. We pull out the centerline miles of state routes.
Okay. Do you think that since we're doing all this production, especially with the port up in my area, and then you've got up in Whitfield County, you got the carpet industry, which is issues more, I think they're number 2 besides the Hartwell Airport, on tags issue for big trucks. Do you think that, say, at some point that we may need to adjust that formula for counties that have more heavy truck running on the roads than basing it just off the population?
So right now there actually is a special study commission looking at the LMIG formula out of the Transportation Committee. I think it's certainly something that can be an ongoing conversation. You'd have to look at even if you tweaked it or figure out how do you bring that into the equation, because the law does provide some flexibility as to what goes into that. It kind of lays out sort of a menu of components. It has some required components for consideration and then some optional. It could be weighed out. What I would wonder at the end of the day is, we talk about a lot of these potential tweaks, is at the end of the day when you take the amount of funds that are appropriate and divide them, how much would that actually affect in terms of actually a significant increase. But one thing of noting is that the fund for that 10% or 20% in that range, it's pegged to motor fuel collections. So since House Bill 170 raised additional motor fuel almost to about an additional $1 billion a year, that's raised what's gone to LMIG. So the LMIG program has seen a significant increase since 2015 as well.
And that's not based off what the motor fuel that's sold in your area? It don't have anything to do with it?
It's statewide.
Okay.
So statewide.
All right, got a couple more questions real quick. Chairman Houston.
Thank you. We do have an inland port down in Cordele, Georgia, and it doesn't seem to be as efficient and operating as well as the others. In any way you could help us with this, we'd appreciate it. Any suggestions?
So the inland port in Cordele is more privately operated than the Chatsworth port and the Gainesville port, from what I understand.
Well, the state, wasn't that a state project?
You know, I don't remember that it was a state project. It started out as a local project with the Heart of Georgia Railroad.
Okay.
But we do, we've been in touch, CSX has, with the Cripps County Development Authority, and we continue to work with the Lefevre's family on the best ways to try to use that so that they can use that out of the port.
I'm sorry, I was thinking it was a state.
It is under the Georgia Port Authority, but I think it started out more as a privately held
But it
company.
is under the Georgia Port Authority?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the state put any money into it?
I don't know.
All right, thank you.
I guess just one last quick plug before we move on, unless we got more questions. I have to put this plug in. If we have a shortage of drivers and we're needing to move more freight, maybe we need to look at truck weights again and have that conversation so we can get more stuff across the state faster with limited drivers and whatnot. But Chairman Jaspers.
We all get, and this is really for Seth and Josh, and it follows up Representative Ridley's question. When we put an inland port in, as we did in Murray County, I think the lacking part of it is what he's getting at is the stress it puts on the local roads. And, you know, I know that the commissioner and in both counties up there have been kind of trying to get money to, get planning money to develop broader roads going in from the inland port into Whitfield County, inland port into Tennessee. They just run into a roadblock. It's been tough. But that thing, it's been great. I'm going to tell you, if you go up there right now, there are 2 giant projects within a quarter of a mile of it. Today there are. And so it's been good, but there's going to be an impact on the local road system. So if we started something tomorrow, it would be 3 years before that was met. And so I think needs to be, when we put an inland port in, there needs to be a task force or something that really looks at the road system in the area and addresses it in a hurry. Because the citizens they're going to suffer. That's the pushback we're getting in that area is not the port itself, but what's going to happen to the roads, what's going to happen with traffic, and that little part hadn't been really clearly spelled out in the communities.
And I'll just say this, I think we've heard that before. I think the key that goes directly kind of our overriding point is we've got to find a way to have more resources to put into the state, into our infrastructure, because we've got a finite amount now. And if we move those from one place, because you've got a freight logistics plan that includes that area. There's a plan now that includes that area, but it also includes, I can't remember the intersection name in Henry County, but if you drive down through this intersection, it's far worse than anything that you're going to see anywhere up where you and I live. So the need is there, and it's all across Georgia. And if we're going to continue to be the #1 and we're going to continue to prosper, we're going to have to give GDOT some resources, some additional resources. That's the challenge. But I agree with you as we continue to look for, we're going to put these inland ports, we've got to look how we're going to improve the road network.
Anybody else? All righty. Well, thank y'all. Good discussion. Appreciate it.
Ready? At this time, we've got Susan Park with the Environmental Protection Agency. If she'll come forward, she's going to give us an update on the Tier 4 engine, diesel engine mandates. What's been going on there? We talk about a Tier 4 diesel engine. We're talking about one that has additional emission controls on them that not only make the tractors and engines more expensive, they also are not as reliable. It's putting our farmers, it seems like, at an unfair disadvantage to other countries that still allow the engines without the Tier 4. So she's going to give us an update on that. And also on the industrial hemp bill we passed last year, one of the issues we have with that, there's nothing presently labeled as far as herbicides, pesticides, fungicides, they're labeled for use with hemp, and she will also be giving us an update on that as well. So Ms. Park, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the Council. I want to thank you for inviting EPA to speak here today. I was asked to touch on 2 important topics. I'll talk about the Georgia Tier 4 issues as well as some hemp updates from EPA. As a quick background on Tier 4, for those not as familiar with the rule, EPA adopted multiple tiers of emission standards to reduce emissions from non-road diesel engines. Pursuant to the Clean Air Act, emission standards are based on available technology. In 2004, EPA signed the final rulemaking introducing Tier 4 emission standards, which were phased in from 2008 to 2015. The non-road standards cover mobile non-road diesel engines used in a variety of construction, agricultural, and industrial applications. The Tier 4 compliant engines significantly reduce emissions of nitrogen oxides as well as particulate matter to near zero levels. Compared to previous 3-tier standards, Tier 4 compliant engines reduce emissions by over 95% for most ag and construction equipment. Air pollution problems non-road engines contribute to include premature mortality and aggravation of respiratory and cardiovascular disease. In addition, the classification of diesel exhaust is likely to be carcinogenic. To meet these Tier 4 standards, EPA manufacturers are directed to produce new engines with advanced control technologies. Engine manufacturers can elect to use different technological advances to comply with the required emission reductions, such as exhaust gas recirculation or selective catalytic reduction. SCR technology utilizes diesel exhaust fluid, also known as DEF, which is aqueous urea. The SCR technology is what is behind many of the Tier 4 complaints. When I refer to Tier 4 issues throughout the presentation, I'll be referring to the SCR DEF technologies. When the full inventory of older non-road engines are replaced by Tier 4 engines, annual emissions reductions are estimated to be at 738,000 tons of nitrogen oxides and 129,000 tons of particulate matter. It is estimated that by 2030, 12,000 premature deaths would be prevented annually due to the implementation of the Tier 4 standards. So last July, Commissioner Black hosted the EPA Regional Administrator on a tour of agricultural operations in Southeast Georgia, where we met and spoke with forestry and agricultural stakeholders. During that tour, frost protection with blueberry farmers was brought to our attention, as well as the timber industry concerns with the Tier 4 equipment. The blueberry farmers explained that frost protection equipment is used infrequently in the Southeast due to our climate, and despite the infrequent need to operate frost protection, the reliability of the equipment to operate in a time-sensitive manner is critical. It's explained that frost protection must be deployed within 15 minutes to adequately protect a blueberry crop from a freeze event. If there's a diesel exhaust-related malfunction, significant crop loss is at stake. Even with proper equipment maintenance, equipment reliability is still a concern. The message we heard from the farmers is that they would like low-volume use of Tier 4 equipment be a consideration. The timber industry concerns with the use of Tier 4 equipment is twofold. Similar to the blueberry farmers example, they stated that to have low-volume use of Tier 4 equipment. They stated that logging equipment operates intermittently during various phases of harvesting and planting operations. Additionally, engineering and designs were brought up and discussed. In response to the July tour and meetings, a month later in August, Region 4 scheduled a meeting between our Assistant Administrator in the Office of Air and Radiation, Commissioner Black, state legislative representatives, and ag and timber industry representatives to hear firsthand their experiences and concerns with the Tier 4 ag and timber equipment. Impacted Georgia ag and timber industry representatives requested EPA consider an exemption or provision be added to the Tier 4 emission standard for limited ag and forestry operations due to the low volume use of Tier 4 equipment. So a couple of weeks ago at the Sunbelt Ag Expo, Commissioner Black set up various meetings with myself and agricultural equipment manufacturers so I could hear some feedback from them on what they're hearing from their customers related to Tier 4. I met with representatives from John Deere, Kubota, Yancey, New Holland, and Lassiter Equipment Group. There were two common themes expressed from the manufacturers. From their perspective, most of the Tier 4 equipment issues can be attributed to operator error and DEF quality issues. Operator error includes improperly trained employees or operators, not reading the manual, not following proper directions for required maintenance, such as ignoring diesel particulate filter regeneration process, and language barriers. The DEF quality is the other common issue that impacts Tier 4 equipment performance. DEF was described akin to milk. It spoils easily if not kept in an ideal environment. It cannot be exposed to high heat or sunlight. It was mentioned that the characteristics of DEF make it difficult for everyday application and use. It's not uncommon for DEF to be transported in the back of a truck just to ease the refueling process in the field. Those are not ideal environmental circumstances for storage and handling. It was explained that when DEF sits for a prolonged period, water could evaporate, which increases the concentration of nitrogen that could cause an equipment to throw a code. DEF is also corrosive. It has impacted DEF sensors. Equipment manufacturers are aware of the sensor issues and have developed more resilient sensors to help address this issue. Through conversations, it was also determined that there are inexpensive field test strips for purchase to test DEF quality prior to using it in your machinery. This may be an easy fix to help address some of those DEF quality issues. Internally at the regions, we've held planning meetings between our regional administrator, chief of staff, lead regional counsel, and our air director on how best to discuss possible options to address the Georgia Tier 4 concerns and how to present this to headquarters. In February of this year, we had a call with headquarters senior leadership, which include the assistant administrator of the Office of Air and Radiation and 2 of his senior directors. We went over the Georgia Tier 4 issues and presented headquarters with our proposed option for a possible Tier 4 ag provision for low volume usage of agriculture and timber equipment, recognizing that the rule change proposal was a very big ask. Unfortunately, headquarters was not open to considering the addition of any provision for several reasons. Headquarters explained that low volume usage is not a consideration in the context of rulemaking. Generally, it's understood that non-road usage of equipment is low. Low volume provisions or exemptions could allow for the uncontrolled use of non-road engines in most or all situations for which non-road engines are normally used. This could severely undercut the benefit of emission controls. The rule has one intentional, very narrow provision to allow operations where the danger of human harm to life outweighs the critical benefits of emissions controls. Headquarters did note that EPA signed the rule in 2004, and the rule was phased in over the 7-year period from 2008 to 2015. Finally, headquarters also stated that they would not consider a national rule change for a regional localized issue. In addition to the conversation with headquarters, I've met with all 8 Department of Ag commissioners, Farm Bureau leaderships, as well as other stakeholders in the region, and brought the idea of Tier 4, trying to see if it's a similar issue that they're experiencing. No other ag commissioners had mentioned that Tier 4 is an issue. In addition, I brought this topic up on several national calls with my peers, and in the same light, they were not familiar with any Tier 4 issues from their constituents. Headquarters does recognize that the Tier 4 issues do present a very real challenge to the ag and timber industry in Georgia. They would like to have a better understanding on specific issues users are experiencing. Specific data is requested to better understand the nature of the problem. Georgia Department of Ag is currently gathering this information. Once headquarters has reviewed the data, they've agreed to have follow-up conversations with the stakeholders as well as with the engine and equipment manufacturers if needed. It would be helpful if the data was collected from other ag stakeholders and states that have similar concerns. So I wanted to go over 4 comments that I hear most often in my conversations regarding Tier 4. I've often heard that the emissions reductions from Tier 3 to Tier 4 is minimal or insignificant for the ag and timber industries. It's important to remember that EPA regulates the engines, not the equipment. Equipment use is not taken into consideration. Other manufacturers may use that same engine family equipment that has a much higher use factor. The standards are based on the utilization of appropriate emission control technologies, when properly implemented, are generally feasible across a wide range of operating conditions. Comment number 2 is about the overall net negative environmental impact considering the nature of the timber industry, maintaining timber acreage and reforestation efforts, giving credit to the industry to offset emissions. The criteria, emissions impact, and the total life cycle greenhouse gas for each industry or vocation that will use the equipment is not considered when setting standards. This is too far removed from the emissions inventory modeling. Again, the rule applies to the engine manufacturers to comply with, not looking at the industry or the end user. Comment number 3 is the competitive market disadvantage compared to Tier 3 equipment being manufactured, for example, in Mexico. The market is a factor that goes into the cost and regulatory analysis. Increased equipment and maintenance costs were recognized when the rule was written. EPA considered the economic impacts of the rule and the impact to the price of goods in the agricultural, construction, and industrial sectors. EPA's focus is on the feasible results and public health, and EPA is concerned with the best feasible technology available in the United States. Comment number 4 is about emergency response support. For wildfire situations, the timber industry is often called upon to provide support for firefighters because the industry has heavy equipment needed to help contain wildfires. Reliable operations of this equipment during emergency situations is critical. Emissions controls can be overridden when they impose a significant risk to human health, and any equipment used in firefighting would fall under this provision. For non-road engines in temporary emergency service, there are 2 options. There is the auxiliary emission control device for new vehicles or the emergency equipment field modifications for existing vehicles that can be activated for up to 120 engine hours per use during an emergency. So I understand that the cost of compliance to the Tier 4 emission standards has been a burden to both the agriculture and forestry industry. But please do remember that the human health and environmental benefits were the focus of the Tier 4 rule, obtaining feasible results and ensuring public health. I hope I was able to explain why the rule exists and where we are today. I'm happy to pause here and take questions on this, or I can go ahead and move on to the hemp updates.
Why don't we take a couple questions? Anybody got any questions? All right, Chairman Houston.
Are you telling me now that we have the state has bought a lot of caterpillars to fight forest fires, and our foresters are completely safe on these caterpillars, and they're not going to go off when they're overheated with this Tier 4? Everything's fine.
What I can tell you is the emergency exemption provision would allow for the Caterpillar equipment that has Tier 4 technology to be bypassed so that the performance inducements would not take place for up to 120 hours.
So you would, when you got on the Caterpillar to fight a forest fire, right then you'd go to the emergency bypass.
Yes, ma'am. It's
at 100 and how many hours?
120 engine hours.
Okay.
And the agency has decided on that number because they had thought 120 agency hours was sufficient enough time to have any kind of service provided to the equipment that is causing any kind of performance inducements.
Were they aware of the forest fires we had in Okefenokee a few years ago?
I can't
Are you
answer that.
familiar with the forest fires we had that lasted for I don't know how many weeks?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Park, thank you for the information, but I'm not a farmer, and I grew up probably being a part-time farmer, and I never owned, or my family never owned a new tractor or anything new that was running on diesel fuel. And somebody else in this group may just need to explain to me, is this something that applies to all diesel equipment or just newly purchased diesel equipment? Like you got older tractors that I don't know what would have to be done to make it a Tier 4. And then before my answers, I said, this just blows my mind. I cannot believe that our president has any idea that this is going on.
Well, sir, thank you for your question. to answer your question, this only applies to new engines being manufactured. So anything that is existing, that is operating still, whether it be 20, 30, 40 years old, is grandfathered in.
Anybody else? A lot of. Clay, you were late because your DEF wasn't working on your truck, wasn't it? Okay, I thought so.
It's still raw, and I've got thoughts that are not going outside.
So I got the reductions in nitrous oxide, were those that you were talking about, were those for just in agriculture or those for all uses? All uses.
Equipment cut off too?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good.
Okay. Chairman Cormier?
Okay. If I was to buy a brand-new semi-truck today, and if I wanted to, say, take that Tier 4 engine out and put a older engine in that truck, could I do that? One that doesn't require the DEF fuel. Is that?
You're talking about an existing Tier 3 engine?
Yes. Yeah. Could I take an engine, say a pre-2004 rule, whenever they started that? Could I put that engine in that truck, and I'm a brand-new truck, but a rebuilt older engine, and would I be legal?
Yes, you would be legal. What is illegal is if you alter the Tier 4 equipment on a compliant engine.
Is that being done today, to your knowledge, or are people doing that?
Yeah, I can't really say for sure.
They can't keep the older engines, I can tell you.
Well, thank you on that, but before we close it out, I guess I just want to say I am a farmer, and I think this has been a tax increase not only on the American farmer, but the American citizen to have to pay for DEF and the expense of that, while the rest of the country, or the rest of the world, I should say, is not doing the same things that we're doing. So therefore, Americans become at a disadvantage and cannot grow and do the same things that other countries around the world are doing, but yet they're still hurting the environment and they're still hurting the public health of their people. And I really just think it's ridiculous, and I would hope that somebody would use a little common sense at some point to evaluate the benefit, if there is one at all, because as I think it's been mentioned, we're doing some things and a lot of other people are not. So at the end of the day, I don't think we're doing anything at all to fix the problem. So, but you're welcome to go on to hemp. We'll talk about another issue that's probably may or may not be good. So let's
Well,
go.
Chairman, I appreciate your comment, and I will take note of that. So we know that hemp farmers are pressing for expanded crop protection tools. EPA recognizes the importance of having a variety of safe technologies available for growers. Hemp has many different kinds of crops, and the pesticide management issues will vary by production method and end use. For example, a pesticide that is safe for hemp being turned into fiber may not be safe for use on CBD production, since those products are often concentrated, consumed, or inhaled. Hemp production is often described as the Wild West, with some confusion on what is legally permissible. We are hearing from many of our state lead agencies and extension agents that oftentimes growers are unaware of the pesticide laws or ignore them in the absence of direction. Much of the pesticide management information sources devolve to the internet or hearsay. There are two schools of thought. Until I'm told I can, I'm going to operate cautiously, or until I'm told I can't, I'm going to proceed. So as you know, the 2018 Farm Bill was signed into law in 2018. That was in December of 2018, and that was only 10 months ago. The Farm Bill provided for the cultivation, transportation, and sale of hemp. It removed hemp from the Schedule 1 of the Controlled Substances Act. It also allows for EPA to work with registrants to submit pesticide registration applications for use on hemp. The Farm Bill legalized hemp with a THC concentration of no more than 0.3% on a dry weight basis, and preserved FDA's authority to regulate products containing cannabis or cannabis-derived products like CBD. Because marijuana is federally illegal and hemp is federally legal, both are from the cannabis plants, EPA will use the term hemp on pesticide registration approved under FIFRA. So FIFRA is the federal statute that governs the registration, distribution, sale, and use of pesticides in the United States. EPA, FIFRA is the federal statute that not only governs that, but it's also pesticides will not pose an unreasonable risk of harm to human health and the environment. EPA does not look at the safety of hemp as a food. EPA determines whether residues of pesticides used as part of the production of hemp are present in foods at safe levels. In order for hemp to be added to a pesticide label, companies must submit tests to EPA demonstrating that at the labeled rates, the chemicals will not leave residues beyond levels that EPA has deemed safe. There are two key points I wanted to emphasize. First, there are currently no pesticides registered by EPA specifically for industrial hemp production, like insecticides, fungicides, and herbicides. All registered pesticides can only be applied to crops for which they are labeled. There are 10 product registration requests under review at EPA to add hemp as a new pesticide application site to the label of currently registered pesticide products. Future pesticide registration applications that are similar to these applications will not be public noticed. The second point is that there are currently no food tolerances or tolerance exemptions for hemp. EPA has not previously established any tolerances under the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetics Act for hemp prior to December of 2018 because hemp had been classified as a Class 1 controlled substance. The EPA previously established food tolerance exemptions for all 10 pesticide products requests that are under review. This exemption means that EPA determined that after review of the science, that the residues in the listed pesticides are safe under any reasonable foreseeable circumstances when used as directed. EPA has developed an approach to review the 10 pesticide applications on an expedited basis, and we will have a decision very soon, certainly by the end of the calendar year, in time for growers to make choices for the upcoming growing season. These pending requests involve biological and microbial chemicals, which tend to be very low impact to the environment. These will likely be the first group of decisions that will support the hemp growers. Currently, there are only 6 federally registered pesticide products that list hemp as a pesticide application site on the label. All 6 products are plant growth regulators or synergists intended for use in seed or fiber production of hemp. These products do not contain a food tolerance for residue levels because they were registered before the legalization of hemp in the 2018 Farm Bill. So what options do growers have for pest control on hemp? Growers can utilize the 6 products currently registered for use on hemp, which were the plant growth regulators and synergists. There are several pesticides that have broadly written labels that may permit use on any crop. For instance, chemicals such as biologicals that may have tolerance exemptions and may be used on all commodities. Some pesticides do not need to be registered and may be used on hemp. EPA has determined that certain minimum risk pesticides, or FIFRA 25B pesticides, pose little to no risk to human health or the environment. EPA has exempted them from the requirements that they be registered under FIFRA. Not all 25B pesticides are allowed in all states. Each state has its own statutes and regulations concerning pesticides. States also have the option of submitting applications to EPA under Section 24C, where states can register a new pesticide product for any use or a federally registered product for an additional use, as long as there is both a demonstrated special local need and a tolerance or an exemption from tolerance. Kentucky is the first state in the country to submit a 24C application for EPA consideration for product use on hemp. Finally, there are the future potential options on the horizons that involve the new product registrations under review. So this slide is meant to demonstrate that there's a lot of collaboration taking place amongst federal, state, stakeholders, and even internationally. EPA is engaged in an informal interagency working group with FDA, USDA, and DOJ. EPA is collaborating with industry and the USDA IR4 to identify and generate data needed to support pesticide registrations. Hemp projects are currently advancing through the IR4 system. State agencies like the Department of Ag have a co-regulatory role in administering and enforcing FIFRA. For pesticide enforcement cases of misuse, EPA partners with the Georgia Department of Ag, and as states have the primary responsibility for investigating pesticide use violations. EPA is working with states through the State FIFRA Issues Research and Evaluation Group, in addition to the Pesticide Program Dialogue Committee. EPA is also in discussion with the Health Canada Pest Management Regulatory Agency about their approved pesticide labels and approaches to regulating hemp, and to learn what we can about their experience and lessons learned to help inform our regulatory decisions. So in conclusion, EPA is committed to assisting hemp producers with obtaining pest management tools needed to transition to commercial production. I want to thank you for having me here today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, do we have any questions? Clay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wow, what is hot. Thank you, Ms. Park. You have had the unenviable task of bringing bad news to this group. Of the 10 current registrations that are on the fast track with EPA, EPA does not have the best record in terms of getting a fast-tracked chemical to market. How confident, so you thought that perhaps by the end of this calendar year, how confident are you that we can have something besides a plant growth regulator for the potential hemp farmers that we have? A fungicide or insecticide or a herbicide that will be labeled for hemp production, because EPA, quite honestly, any farmer that's in this room or in the sound of my voice knows that EPA's historically, I'm not saying now, historically has not been very kind in innovation.
Well, thank you for your question. As far as level of confidence, as confident as I can be. Our Assistant Administrator, Alex Dunn, have publicly committed to having these pesticide tools available by the end of or decisions by the end of the calendar year.
I just have right here just a couple of questions. It's very good to see that you're working with Canada, who has, I think, a very vigorous agricultural research, and I think it's a good thing if they can work with y'all. But how much testing do y'all do? I think this is maybe a consumer question, not so much an agricultural growing question, of products that are on the market today, and very little regulation of them that are out there, the CBD type products. That, how much testing have y'all done to looking at pesticide residues within those?
It's difficult for me to answer that question because as an agency, I don't know if we do those testings. I believe that processors do the third-party testings. What I do know is that a lot of those CBD products, there's a little bit of a gray area with the Federal Drug Administration. Currently, the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetics Act does not allow the addition of CBD to any food or supplement. So what's out on the market, EPA does not have the room to start establishing those pesticide residues unless the FDA declares CBD as being a food or a supplement. Until then, it's under the FDA authority.
So there's just there's no one out there really checking to see if there are any.
Well, what I can tell you, no federal body at this time. I just got back last week. I spoke at the U.S. Hemp Roundtable, and that's an organization that has 72 of the largest hemp CBD processors and growers. They have spun off a U.S. Hemp Authority, which is a self-regulating body, to provide a little bit more consumer confidence in an industry that is not being regulated right now. So Federally, we're kind of behind the times. But the industry, it's nice to see that they're doing what they can.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Somebody else?
I've got one real quick. So there are a lot of other states that are already growing hemp. Are they just using pesticides illegally currently to grow and produce this crop? Or how does that work as far as if y'all haven't approved anything, but we're already growing hemp in the United States? How is that happening?
Well, some of them are using the 25B pesticides, which are the minimum risk pesticides. If you're talking about conventional pesticides or synthetics, yes, that's illegal. I don't know of any states that have allowed the use of synthetic pesticides. There are some states that are more advanced with medicinal and recreational marijuana use. So there is some inconsistency across state lines on what is allowable, and the state departments of ag or the state lead agencies have the ability and flexibility to determine what is allowable within their states.
Thank you, Mr. Park. My concern is a farmer that does everything right, hadn't sprayed anything on it, but there's something, say, residual in the ground from a previous crop, and that, hemp will take that up, and it will test positive for something that he didn't actually intend to be on there. And I understand that can be remediated out in the process. When you process to get the oil out, you can actually remediate that out. Has a conversation been had around that at all?
I think that's some of the talk and research that's going on with IR4. They're doing the field residue trial testing and data collection for that, and some of the residual pesticides from prior crop applications is being considered.
Anybody else? All right, I appreciate you being here, Ms. Park. Thank you so much. Our next speaker, I don't really think needs much of an introduction, but if he'll start coming on up, Mr. Speaker, I think there's no one out there that has done more for Georgians, especially rural Georgians, than our 73rd Speaker of the House, David Ralston. And I think there's no doubt that you have made rural Georgia and helping all of Georgians the duty that lies nearest in your life, and I thank you for that. So, Mr. Speaker, turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Sam, for that introduction. That means a lot to me. And thank all of you for being here. I thought when we pulled up out there and we had to wait for the rain to pass over, it was pouring the rain down. I said, this is a miracle group. They have brought rain to a much needed area of our state, and I know the people here are grateful. But I want to thank all of you for taking time out of your busy schedules to come down here today and tomorrow for this meeting. I want to thank our host here at the College of Coastal Georgia for their hospitality and for welcoming us here. I also want to give a shout out to the co-chair emeritus England. As some of you probably know, he had some significant surgery yesterday, but he's doing much better. Expects to be out of the hospital tomorrow. And I understand may be watching us on live stream. That's dedication. I also want to thank those of you who not only took time out, but I know many of you drove a long distance to come down here. But this is a project that I know means a lot to y'all, as it does to me. When we created the Rural Development Council, the only direction I gave the committee was that all meetings had to be held outside Atlanta. I wanted members to hear from Georgians who thought they had been forgotten by those of us who serve under the Gold Dome. And I want to assure them that they have not been forgotten, and you have helped us do that. We are some 350 highway miles from I-285 as we sit here today, and I'm proud that this council has taken its charge seriously, and I'm glad that you are getting to hear from Georgians this week along our beautiful coast. And I'm particularly happy to be here in Kingsland and House District 180. It has been a long time since I've been here. But I've had, a couple of years ago, this community did itself a great favor by electing Representative Stephen Saines to represent this district along with this county, along with Charlton and Ware counties in the State House. And along with my friend Senator Ligon, Representative Saines has become a great advocate for this community, and I'm very proud of his leadership, and you're why we're here, okay? He is respected and trusted at the Capitol, and that means a great deal. And if no one had told you that before, that's something that we all need to know. You know, I told a group yesterday, further up the coast, they were talking about the importance to their community of a little bill we passed last session on on oyster farming. I said, you know what, that is an example of people trusting and respecting a member who carries a bill. You don't have very many members from coastal Georgia in the delegation in the General Assembly. But thanks to Representative Don Hogan and Representative Jesse Petrie, they got that bill through, and that bill matters to many communities here along the coast. And it needed representatives that have that kind of leadership to carry it forward. I told the group I wouldn't let Don Hogan carry an apple growing bill for nothing. But he does pretty good on oyster bills. So thank you, Don, for your work. As you work through your agenda this week, you'll spend much of your time devoted to the lesser known side of our state seal. Everyone knows the side with the famed arch and the words wisdom, justice, and moderation. But if you turn that seal over, you'll see a pastoral scene and the words agriculture and commerce inscribed. Agriculture and commerce. These are two endeavors in which Georgia has been richly blessed with advantages. From fertile soil to abundant waterways, we are well positioned to continue leading the nation in producing and moving food and fiber. We all know and celebrate that agriculture remains our #1 industry. Thanks to dedicated public servants like Agriculture Commissioner Gary Black, who I understand is here, Commissioner, being a good Baptist sitting in the back up there. But this state works every day under his leadership to keep agriculture thriving and the bedrock of our economy here in this state. Farmers and producers are used to challenges. From prolonged droughts to early frost, they are accustomed to adapting to Mother Nature. But every so often, a calamity comes along that no one could have foreseen or expected. And that's what happened just a little over a year ago when Hurricane Michael battered Florida, Alabama, and Georgia. All told, more than 70 people lost their lives to the storm, including an 11-year-old girl in Seminole County, Georgia. Nothing compares to what those people and their families lost. But the damage to our agricultural community was devastating. I know, I went and saw it. Georgia's farms and livestock facilities took a direct hit that's estimated at $3 billion. And it really will take decades for the industry to fully recover, but it will recover. Less than a month after the storm passed, we met in Atlanta for an extraordinary session of the Georgia General Assembly to amend our state budget and send what help we could to the impacted communities. I am very, very proud of how Governor Deal and our General Assembly responded to that tragedy, and I appreciate the support that Governor-elect Kemp expressed, and I am delighted at how he has led the way to empower rural Georgia. But I have to be honest with you, I've been less than thrilled with a response from Washington, which took nearly 1 year to fund programs to help agriculture recover. While I was thankful for the support of President Trump and his administration, including Secretary Perdue and our entire congressional delegation, I will never understand why the rest of Congress waited so long. But I'm going to look forward, and what I ask you all to do this week is think of how we can continue to empower those who farm the crops and raise the livestock that feed and clothe so many millions of people. We know that agriculture is changing and diversifying. Whether it is wine grapes in North Georgia or olives for oil in South Georgia, farmers have always adapted as demand shifts. Now, with the state embracing oyster farming that we talked about on our coast, and a new crop like hemp on the horizon, there is even more potential to expand our agriculture industry. And if you will allow me to pause here just a moment to address a tangential issue to our hemp industry. I know there's a perception that our Hemp Farming Act has impacted Georgia's ability to prosecute recreational drug possession. What I want you all to know, and if anyone is from the media is here, feel free to report it. And I'll talk slow so you'll get it right. That's a problem, you know. Georgia is not now, nor will it be a state that legalizes recreational drug use. I know that some media outlets in Atlanta have told a tale where that is a possibility. But let me be very clear, as long as I'm in this position, it is not a possibility in this state. And if we need to amend the law or implement different evidence testing procedures to keep recreational drug use illegal, we will do just that. Now, with that said, let me also add that we are committed to keeping our agricultural commodities and other goods moving throughout our state and around the globe. We've got economic powerhouses here along the coast with the ports of Brunswick and Savannah. Plans are already underway to expand the capacity of our ports over the next decade. To meet the needs of our ports, we'll also have to look at ways to bolster our network of roads and rails that carry goods. That's why our Georgia Commission on Freight and Logistics, co-chaired by Chairman Kevin Tanner, is working with private industry partners to find new ways forward. They're looking to move more goods with less traffic congestion and less downtime. That commission will meet next month just up the road from here in Waycross, and I would encourage all of you who have an interest in the freight and logistics issue to follow their good work. I'll close here and simply reiterate my thanks to all of you for being a part of what I believe has been a transformative group of people doing great work, and that's the House Rural Development Council and its goal of empowering rural communities through private sector job growth. With your help, we will keep agriculture and commerce at the center of our economy and keep our state a shining star that other states follow into a brighter future. May God bless you. May He continue to bless this great state in the United States of America. And I'll see you at dinner tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I can't get out of the chair. Yeah, I keep.
All right.
Take a break.
I tell you what, y'all, why don't we take just a 5-minute break? That way y'all be back here in 10. It is. It's a.
locked out.
You know, Sir Isaac Newton said that the reason he saw so far is he stood on the shoulders of giants. And what he meant by that is science usually built on what we knew from the past. And so rarely do scientists get a chance to start something brand new that nobody knows anything about. Well, in this case, virtually nobody knew anything about except for some 18-year-olds in a garage somewhere. And so we really started from a blank sheet of paper, and that's what I'm going to report on today. Now that made it a lot of fun, but it also means we didn't know where to look. And so the very first thing that I did in my role, I don't actually do the research, I facilitate it. And so the very first thing I did was try and find some of the best people to take on this task. And we were really lucky that Tim Coulong had just moved to Athens to take the position of working in organic vegetables. The organic person had left, and we replaced him down in Tifton, and Tim moved up to Athens. But Tim had had some experience working in Kentucky when the hemp work started there, so he knew some of the players in the field. What I also have come to realize, he's one of the most talented researchers we have in the college. We also have world-class plant breeding in our college, and we hooked up with one of the plant breeders, Jason Wallace, and he put one of his students on the project, Matthew Johnson. So we have a small team, it's only 2 people, but actually they've done quite a bit of work, and we've bolstered that. I funded a postdoc for Tim and some technical help as well to get things going. Our first goal was simply to find out what we could. We didn't really know what to find out. They brought in 30 different varieties and just started planting them and looked around the state and thought about what they were going to do. Now, this is review for most of you, but as a professor, I have to give a little bit of review, right? It's industrial hemp. We're not talking about marijuana. We're talking about industrial hemp, which means the delta-9 THC concentrations have to be below 0.3%. It's still the same plant, but the difference is the psychoactive component is missing. So what we're looking at is industrial hemp that is grown for CBD oil. We started this work in May of 2019, and as I noticed when driving down here, whoops, oh, wouldn't you know it? There we go. When driving down here, this is a big state. And so we had to cover as much of the state as we could in a very short period of time. We put in field trials up on number 1 up there, which is Blairsville, number 3, which is Watkinsville, and then C, which is Tifton, our Tifton station. So we had 3 different places where we put in plants to just see how they did. Again, one of the things to emphasize is that hemp is used for different reasons. People grow hemp for seed and fiber, and really and truly, the reason that I hadn't heard of it 3 years ago is that industry is very much in its infancy, but CBD was unheard of, at least to me. Since then, that's all I've heard about. And so when we looked at what we were going to investigate for this year, the only thing we investigated were plants grown for CBD. And now, you've seen some pictures, but I just want to show you these. These are pictures from Kentucky where they're growing it for fiber and seed. And you can see that it's grown like a row crop. Mechanical harvesting and a lot of high-end equipment that can be used. That's not how things work with CBD, and you'll see some plants in a minute. What we did is we put in plants that had different day lengths. This is a weird plant. It doesn't behave. It seems to think it should be a different kind of plant everywhere it grows. And so what people learn in South Carolina may not have any bearing on what we do here in Georgia. What we learn in Tennessee may vaguely relate to what we do here in Georgia. We really have to know how things behave in Georgia. So we put in 30 different cultivars, different varieties, and asked how do the different ones perform. Some of them were regular flowering plants that are affected by day length, so when it get a certain length of day, they flower. Others are what are called auto-flowering plants, and they don't rely on day length, they just flower after a certain number of days. Those are far more expensive and much more difficult to obtain. We grew these on wide spacing, low plant populations, and again, this is for CBD production, not for industrial fiber or seed. So this is our fields. This is our, I believe that's our actually, I'm not sure which field that is, but that looks like it's Blairsville early on in the year. And you can see that the different varieties, some are doing very well, some are not doing very well at all. But you can also see this is a little bushy plant, and it is not necessarily going to be this tall, fibrous plant. Because what we're looking for are the flowers and the trichomes, which is the little hairy bits on the flowers where the oil is produced. One of the issues with hemp is we only want the flowers, so we don't want males. Like a lot of things in biology, males are useless. They're not good for anything. So we only want the flowers, and we really can't have them be fertilized because then they start making seed, and they're not making CBD. So you want feminized or female plants only, and that's going to be a very big issue for farmers. Because it only takes one male. Once again, males are useless, but you don't take very many of them to ruin a whole party. One male can fertilize all the females in the field. And so you really need all female plants. Two ways to do that. You can take cuttings from a mother plant, and therefore they're all genetically identical to that mother, and they're all female because they're genetically identical to that mother. Or you can have feminized seed, which is seed that is guaranteed to be 99% female. Again, a slightly risky proposition to get feminized seed. So at this point, we're looking at recommending to people to use cuttings. Unfortunately, cuttings are more expensive. As you can see with pollination, what I mentioned with males, I like the picture on your right. The pollinated is on the left. The female that's not pollinated is on the right. You can see a big difference between those two plants. Obviously, you want the one on the right. So you need to make sure there are no male plants in your field or in fields nearby because it's wind pollinated. So you need to be careful that you don't have a neighbor growing male plants as well. So where are we? What have we found? We found that hemp is going to perform very differently, and different varieties are going to be used in different parts of the state of Georgia. Probably not too surprising. Anyone who's ever been in Tifton realizes it's not Blairsville. The Watkinsville biomass yielded, which is in the middle, yielded between 600 and 2,000 pounds per acre, so clearly the different varieties perform very differently. Blairsville looks to be 2 to maybe even 3 times that productivity, which is amazing. We had some varieties in Blairsville that were 9 feet tall. They were just amazing and absolutely gorgeous plants. Tifton, we're just harvesting. We're in the middle of that. Clearly, the yields in Tifton are going to be considerably less, based just on our visual inspection. But the other thing we found in Tifton is we may be able to get more crops in Tifton than you will in Blairsville. You might get 2 up in Blairsville, whereas in Tifton, we may get 3. So there are trade-offs that we may be able to work with across the parts of the state. One of the issues we've had is we've not yet analyzed the CBD content and the THC content, so I can't tell you right now which of the varieties we've tested are the very best. We'll have that information well before the planting season next year. So we had to take the samples and store them, just lack of labor, to be quite honest with you. That was our field trials. That's all being run by Tim Coulong. Tim is if you've known Tim, and many of you do know Tim, he's both extension and research, is just a fantastic communicator. He's been busy going around the state. The poor guy is putting more miles on his truck because he's become very popular as people want to learn what's happened in the field. I have great expectations for what we're going to be able to do next year. Tim is really excited by the possibilities because we have that first year under our belt. And so now we get to stand on little teeny giants and figure out what to do next based on the information we have. But alongside that, we've also started a program which is a little bit longer term, a little bit longer looking into the distance and building on where UGA and the College of Ag excels, and that is in breeding. So we've had Matthew Johnson looking at things in the greenhouse with an eye towards beginning selection experiments to work on developing varieties that are going to be the very best for Georgia. What he's found so far is that architecture plants, the way they're built, will matter depending on where you're growing them. Greenhouse lights matter. I guess that's probably not a big surprise, but he's understanding what are the different aspects of lighting in greenhouses that make a difference. He's also developing a screen for plants that are producing a lot of male flowers, because obviously those are the ones you don't want. How can you screen those out? And he's developing different accessions that he thinks will perform particularly well. He's working on one called Abacus. And again, here's one type of hemp, one variety of hemp, and has 5 different ways that it looks when you look at it and plant it in the field, out of just one genotype, which is really, again, just a weird plant. One of the things that he's found is that germination from seed is very poor, and so much safer route and much more predictable to go from cuttings from mother plant. And he's begun his selection program. So that's just a very brief update of where we are. There's the Blairsville plants, there's the Watkinsville plants. You can see it's a beautiful crop. It performs very well in Georgia. I think people will be excited. It is not a trivial undertaking to grow hemp in Georgia or anywhere else in the world for CBD. It is a lot of labor. It's an expensive crop to put in, but it looks like it may have some real benefits to the farmers of Georgia, where we hope we can accelerate that. Thank you very much. I'm happy to take some questions.
Questions? Chairman McCall?
Thank you, Sam. I have a couple, if you don't mind. There's been a lot of talk about the amount of THC in the dried product. Have we decided yet which test we're going to use? Is it the post-decarbolization where you heat it up and that makes the THC rise, which really doesn't have anything to do with all the THC? Or we're going to use that liquid test that costs a little more, but it's more accurate?
I haven't read through all of the regulations that were released today by the USDA, but they do talk about with the test for THC, the confidence that you can place in that test is going to be important. I think this is a conversation that we have to have where we ask the question of what is it that we're trying to achieve. It is a complicated biochemistry, and so we need to know where we want to have that confidence. Where do we need to have that confidence? So the short answer to your question is I don't know yet, but that is something that we should look at very, very carefully.
Can I ask one more? The question that myself and half of us sitting here get all the time is, are we going to be able to plant a crop next spring? And I know that depends on a lot with the rules that need to be done, but.
That's right. From my perspective, from the College of Ag, we'll be ready to advise on what would be the best cultivars to put in the different parts of the state of Georgia, and hopefully with some advice on making that a success. Beyond that, that's out of our hands.
A couple to myself. I guess first of all, I know Tim Coulon very well, and he's got one of the best.
I would agree with you.
He's been on my farm many times and helped me many times, so I trust him dearly. As far as the location there, from the variance from North Georgia to South Georgia, any scientific philosophy behind why one's doing better in a different region of the state, I guess, first?
Sure. Part of it is weather, temperature. Cooler nights makes a better crop up in Blairsville. That heat down in Tifton, personally, I think it's the insects, the little bugs that fly into your face.
The gnats,
yeah,
the whiteflies, everything else, you name it.
No, it really is mostly weather and day length. It's a big state. You know, when you drive from the north of Georgia down to the south of Georgia, you have different day lengths, and so that makes a difference. And it may be that the crop down in Tifton, down in South Georgia, is going to be a later crop than what we're seeing up in North Georgia. The other part is genetics, and I think, to be quite honest, the genetics that we've used, partly just luck, what worked and what didn't work. I think once we understand what works best down in Tifton, we can then use that information to get even better varieties.
Okay, and so that being said, do you think that will cause the THC level to vary in the different weather conditions? And
yeah, so again, it's a complicated biochemistry, but the plant is really responsive to stress. If you stress it, it increases THC. So all of our work is done to ensure that the THC levels, the delta-9 THC levels are below 0.3% as required by law. So that would be a part of any research program we had down in South Georgia. And the question then is how do we match what happens in stress? How do we minimize stress to make sure that happens? Or can we find a plant that is more stress tolerant and still produce CBD? The problem is, of course, is that if you reduce THC, you also reduce CBD.
This stress being from
Weather,
just heat, or
heat primarily.
too wet, too hot, too dry, too cold?
You're a farmer, you know everything's stress. Right?
Insects, okay,
Yeah.
that sounds good.
Just my question, just in the weeds maybe a little bit, but are you also testing for CBD percentages when you all are looking at THC? Are you looking at the other spectrum that's out
Absolutely,
there?
absolutely. So what we're really interested is what is the makeup of that oil? What's in it? Everything that's in it. Because right now everyone is focusing on CBD, but people don't really know. There hasn't been much research on why CBD might be effective, so knowing what's in there is going to be important.
I know some other states have done, and this is following Sam's really question, how stable is the plant? You know, if I test it this year for it, it's 0.15. You know, how stable is it in the phenotype that stays in that range and doesn't just due to a stress go to a 0.4 and then we're in a, digging it up confiscation situation?
Right, and that's one of our major areas that we have to work on, is to find out what are the parameters that you're going to be able to be comfortable working with that. Or if you see something going in a direction, can you maybe harvest? When do you look for things? That's all that information, because this has not been studied very much anywhere. We're not as far, I thought we were going to be very far behind in Georgia, but I talked to my colleagues across the nation, we're not. Because it just hasn't been a focus of research. Now we're all doing the same thing. We need to know that. But it will be a local response to stress. And so we do need to know how different cultivars respond to stress.
Okay. Thank you.
Chairman Court. Thank you, Dr. Moore. It's been a pleasure working with you over the last year and a half, and it's very, very helpful. My question is follow up on what Chairman McCall was talking about, being able to plant next year. And it seems like the seed supply or the cuttings, what availability, what will that be available to furnish what the demand would be?
That's one of our major concerns as well, and we certainly have been talking to people and thinking of ways that we might be able to get the plants to you. It's just one of those issues that we're a research organization. We're not built to be a commercial organization, and so public-private partnership is probably the only way we're going to be able to get that done. So we're talking to folks at the university to see how we can make that happen, because it is one of our major concerns. Will you have the material you need? If we tell you this is the plant you should plant, where do you get it?
Okay, and a follow-up time frame.
Yes.
What the latest that you would be able to plant and have a crop next year?
Well, we planted in June, and that was later than we wanted to.
No.
That isn't ideal. That's in the heat of summer, stress of summer. You don't really want to do that. So we're thinking more April is probably a more reasonable planting time. But then you also can have a late crop, and so there are possibilities of getting more than one crop.
Chairman McCall.
This is mostly to the members of the legislature to follow up on what Dr. Moore was talking about with the timing. There's a couple of things that we did not foresee last year when we did the bill. We need to tweak it in January and get it done where people can have the cuttings off the mother plants for a crop in the spring. So I'm just asking y'all to go along with us the 1st of January, 1st of session, so we can get this done and get the ball rolling so that Dr. Moore and them will have it to work with. And it's just stuff we didn't foresee when we did the bill last year.
I spend an awful lot of time talking to lawyers, and I'm thankful every day I'm not a lawyer. So.
I guess is there, I know Kentucky's been doing this a while. Are we working with them? Are we learning things from them? Are they not already done some of this already and trial and error stuff,
Yeah.
or?
To their chagrin, they have not done this. They
Okay.
focused on fiber and seed, and they just hadn't been thinking about CBD. The really good news is Tim is very good friends with the folks up in Kentucky and the people down in Florida. Pleased to say that Florida's crop isn't doing very well. And so he's been interacting with people in other states and making sure that the information goes all those directions. Because we're all in the same boat, and so the faster we can get information, the better it is for all of us.
Okay. Chairman Cooper?
Thank you very much. Didn't the CDC just come out and they're beginning to have problems with the CBD oil across the country, and there's concerns about what's in it and how it's grown and all? I think they just made an announcement.
I haven't seen that announcement, but again, the presentation you heard earlier, obviously one of the concerns is what is being grown, what things are grown. We're not putting anything on our crops, and the question then is what's residual in the soil. So those are our real research questions. One of the issues, and one of the reasons why this is of interest to people of Georgia, of course, is that it would be nice to have Georgia grown, where you have some security in knowing what you're purchasing when you're purchasing CBD.
Right, so you are looking for, or will be looking for, that kind of thing and testing.
Absolutely. So one of the things we'd like to be able to do is reassure consumers that we're presenting information to the farmers so they can present a crop that is as safe as possible.
I think, Dr. Moore, you're going to be at dinner tonight, right?
Yes, I will.
Okay. Well, if you got any more questions, if you could get with him at dinner.
Boy, I'm glad you asked that. I had to ask Tim, and I said to Tim, I'm not a farmer, and he said, yeah, you're not. That is, I can't remember the name of it, but it's to hack the stem.
Actually, it's a saw.
Thank you.
It's a Philco saw.
Yeah, there you go. So I don't know, I'm not a farmer. So I had the exact same question. He uses that for scale. That's a very thick-stemmed plant. That's a tree. And so it was just to show how incredibly healthy it was. Yeah, yeah.
All right.
I'm glad you asked that, though. I felt really bad when I asked him, and he laughed at me, so you know.
Well, good deal. Well, thank you, Dr. Moore. We'll probably lots of questions tonight at dinner, so thank you so much. Next, we've got Rob Lee, if you'll come on up. We've talked about growing it. Now let's talk a little bit about the harvest process, and if it's like my operation, that's usually the most expensive, difficult part of the whole operation. Growing it's the easy part. So thank you for being here and look forward to your comments.
Thank you for having me. My name is Rob Lee. Our company is Georgia Extracts. I'm the founder and chief innovation officer.
Uh-oh.
It'll come back on in a second. So we are a processing facility. We've built a hemp processing facility in Watkinsville, Georgia. We were participating with the legislature and have been working with UGA for the past couple of years as we've addressed industrial hemp. So I'm going to cover a couple of topics here, the industrial hemp timeline and then economic impacts, basically when and how we're going to do this. So who are we? I'm going to show you some pretty pictures from our marketing material. Basically, our goal is to become one of the #1 trusted sources for hemp extracted products. We want to empower farmers, manufacturers, and retailers. And our mission is to manufacture and extract the finest quality industrial hemp the world has to offer. And we are all Georgia people, located our business here in Georgia, and we're excited about growing this industry. So basically what we produce, we built a pharmaceutical grade manufacturing facility. Ultimately, once a FDA, USDA, everybody starts to understand the industry a little bit better and it really becomes regulated, we would be manufacturing active pharmaceutical ingredients, CBD being one of the products, but also the other 110 or so cannabinoids that are found in the plant. Extracting those out over the next 10 years, we'll be doing amazing research to find out what those are. Our industry involvement, we work with state legislatures, we work with federal governments, we work with universities, the University of Georgia, we're working with Fort Valley State. And what we want to do is really help educate the community on industrial hemp and the products that come from it. Part of our concern about this industry is that the products really need to be pure, tested, and proven. So it's one of the reasons at our facility in Watkinsville, we've invested about $1.5 million on analytical testing equipment. So when you get products in industrial hemp today, it's largely untested, unregulated, and so the industry has to put those tests in place. So we do a whole panel of tests all through the manufacturing process, and it's one of the differentiators for our business. We like to work with natural grown hemp and farmers who support this mission. So because the genetics, because the industry is so brand new, a lot of this needs to be regulated all the way from the seed all the way to when the products are made. Dr. Moore covered a lot about what industrial hemp and CBD is. So what I wanted to mainly talk about today is why it's important for growers and processors to begin harvesting in 2020. So four points here. Georgia needs to catch up. We've done a great job, but we need to catch up more. Safety for Georgia consumers, revenue for Georgia businesses, universities in the state, and jobs. So this is a quick graphic that we put together to try as best we could to track how many acres were grown since 2015. So if you go back to 2015, when this first started at about 4,000 acres, 2019, it's projected that we're going to harvest anywhere between 130,000 and 150,000 acres of industrial hemp. If you look at Tennessee, when they got started, they went from 100 acres in 2016 to about 38,000 that they're projecting here in 2019. And these 2020 projections at 200,000 total acres grown, and then maybe potentially 50,000 acres in Tennessee. The other very, very interesting point here is how big this market really is. So in 2019, the U.S. market's projected to be at $1.4 billion just in the U.S. and $4.58 billion globally. I had a cool video that didn't come over for some reason, but part of our concern is safety for Georgia consumers. Hemp CBD products are everywhere. I was in Atlanta a couple of weeks ago driving by a car wash, and they're selling CBD products at the car wash. I don't think they're putting it in the cars, but they're selling it to their customers. And so there's virtually no standards whatsoever for the products. And I know that's you guys' concern. It's my concern as a consumer. And it's one of the things that we need to put in place so that we can start to regulate and really monitor these products. If we continue to ignore this, there'll be more unsafe and untested products that flood the market. And it's why we as a company have adopted this idea of pure, tested, and proven so that we know that the products that we're creating, the plants that we're processing, we know exactly what's in those plants and those products continuously throughout the process. So we test it every stage of the manufacturing process. We're able to track this, and then those records are available ultimately for our consumers as they consume the products. If we look at the revenue for Georgia businesses, again, I mentioned this previously, this industry is estimated to be at $1.4 billion here in 2019 and increasing to $2.6 billion by 22. And if you look at this other graphic here, you can see all of the different types of products that are coming right now from industrial hemp, everything from CBD to food supplements, other products. We anticipate over the next 5 to 10 years, the grain business will be huge as well. The fiber business will continue to grow. And so it's an amazing plant that has a tremendous amount of potential. Ultimately, the global market with export could be as high as $5.7 billion. revenue for research at Georgia universities. You hear this industry referred to as the Wild West. Part of this reason is because at every stage of the process, more research needs to be done. In fact, we kind of take a multidisciplinary approach with our work with UGA. We work with the College of Ag, College of Pharmacy, College of Vet Medicine, Office of Research. And so industry is willing to participate in the research. They're willing to fund research, provided that we're able to really get going. I can only tell you that it's been very difficult over the past couple of years to get this research going, and hopefully we'll see this really changing. The state of Georgia will also be able to receive strong tax revenue from both businesses and individuals as they enter this industry. Jobs for Georgia workers is another key piece here. So what we're seeing is we look at industrial hemp across the country and across the world, is that it actually creates more jobs than just in the farming sector or the manufacturing sector. It's all across the board. Everything from IT professionals to lawyers, technicians, marketers, CFOs. It's the whole range, because nothing exists in this industry and it's brand new. The average pay range of jobs in this industry is between $45,000 and $149,000. So these are high-paid people and high-quality jobs that are being created. Our company alone, we're projecting about 250 jobs in the next 12 to 24 months. So what are the immediate economic impacts for 2020? Number one in our book is Georgia jobs. We really, really feel like this is a strong reason why we should get this industry going. Georgia consumers want and already use hemp products. Again, if you go in the stores, every store is starting to carry some type of hemp product. Whether it be clothing or CBD or something else out there, more and more stores every day are carrying these products, and there's just not very much regulation. And then Georgia businesses will be able to participate in a massive new economy. An estimated $1.8 billion here in the US and $5.7 billion globally. That's it.
That's it?
That's
All right.
it.
Questions? Chairman McCall.
Rob, thank you, Sam. Rob, thank you for all you have done to get this ball rolling over the last 2 years. I kind of want to ask you about the THC level.
Okay.
It costs a whole lot when you figure 1,800 plants to the acre and $3 or $4 a plant. That's a heap of money per acre just for the plants, not counting everything else.
That's right.
But the Delta-9 levels, like Dr. Moore was talking about, can spike depending on whether it's too much rain or too much heat or just the opposite, whatever in the field. But the psychoactive stuff, the way I understand it, doesn't start kicking in until you get to 8 or 9% Delta-9 THC levels. So what we looked at when we did the bill, and that's what USDA says, is a 0.3% THC. And what we wrote into it was that if you go out there and test it at some point in time, 15 days before harvest or whatever, and it might be a 0.4 or 0.35, then you got to destroy the crop. That high-priced crop that the farmer has put in, and the processors are on the hook too, the way we wrote it. USDA has a measure of uncertainty that they use in some of these new rules that I just read a while ago that they came out with today.
Right.
To give you a little buffer. Why can't we, when we have to go back and rewrite some of this stuff, give farmers a little bit of a buffer, say if it's a 0.4, and the crazy stuff don't kick in till 8 or 9. Why can't we give them a little buffer instead of just destroying the whole crop? And it's my understanding too, and you tell me if I'm wrong, y'all can pull the THC out during the processing if it is a little bit hot. Is that right?
Absolutely. So the process that we use, it's basically a chemical extraction process. So the way that we actually extract the product out of the plant material is we pull out the things that we want to pull out. We can actually leave in the things that we don't want to pull out. So THC, for example, with the way that the equipment is set up that we currently have in place, you could actually just leave the THC in the plant material. So you can also pull out the THC separately and remediate it through different processes so that it actually never raises above the 0.3%. You mix it with solvents and you keep those percentages down. This is really just a scientific process. Even if it had 10% THC in it, we could remediate that out or leave it in the plant altogether. So from a science and manufacturing standpoint, it doesn't matter to us. However, we are seeing states across the country give this leeway for farmers so that if it does go to 0.4, for example, some states have gone as high as 1%. They have allowed these remediation techniques to be used. You submit a plan, there's enhanced monitoring when those things happen. You work very closely with the processor, but it can all be handled very easily.
And it's not that a farmer's out there trying to grow hot stuff. It's situations out of his control that may cause it to get that way.
That's exactly right. As Dean Moore has mentioned, the genetics are very inconsistent, and then because of the way that it adapts to stress, sometimes it could go a little bit hot. Correct.
And the thing that worries me, if we get too strict, then the acreage will move to other states, and none of those numbers up there will go with Georgia.
That's right.
Thank you.
Rob, what's going to keep this market in check? Like right now we have a lot of unknowns.
Right.
And it's obviously affecting the market and keeping it up there. But I mean, right now, pretty much everything in agriculture is struggling and not good and cheap. So I could see a lot of people, as soon as those unknowns become knowns, they're going to jump ship and they're going to get into this. And then as we progress 5 years, 10 years down the road, how is the market on hemp going to be controlled and monitored and traded? I guess that's my question.
Yeah, so we'll look into the future a little bit. With the way that CBD is currently being looked at is more of a commoditized product, right? So as more acres are grown, the prices are going to go down, the cost is going to go down to produce it, and likewise the cost of the retail products will also likely decrease as well. So yes, that will become commoditized. But what we actually see in this plant are all of these other potential molecules that research is just now starting on. So if we become experts in growing this plant, we actually see, yeah, this could be a great industry for the next 2 or 3 years for CBD, but what about the other 100 or so cannabinoids, and then the 50 or so terpenes, and then the 400 or so flavonoids that are very, very specific to this plant that also offer, awesome potential. We just don't know yet. So again, I think CBD is all the craze now. A lot of research needs to be done. The industry needs to develop. And the likelihood is that price will go down. But there still is huge potential because no one has looked at this plant for so long because of it being a controlled substance.
Darlene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When you're talking about the estimated $1.8 billion for industries, I want to know what kind of processing we're talking about and where are those manufacturing or whatever you're going to make out of this plant, where's it going to be at? It's very important to our farmers to grow it, but I want to know about those potential jobs for manufacturing.
So the potential jobs for manufacturing and the locations for those facilities can really be all over. So a lot of these facilities will be centralized, so they will be close to the farm so that there will actually be manufacturing. The manufacturing process, if you think about it, is really a massive filtration process. So you're taking a plant material here on one side and then you're pulling out very specific molecules on the other side. So one of the current trends in the industry is to actually locate the first stage of this manufacturing very close to farms. It'll put manufacturing jobs close to farming communities and rural communities, and then potentially some of the other more sophisticated and advanced techniques that use in the manufacturing process will get aggregated together. The crop can then be shipped more easily and stored more easily.
Are we talking sort of like the cotton gin? You gin it close to home and then they disperse it where it's needed? Is comparison?
Yes, but a cotton gin and a pharmaceutical grade industry where there has to be a tremendous amount of control throughout the process for the products.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I have just a couple of questions. One, I looked on your website. You got a broad group of products. Where are you sourcing your CBD now? Just from out Kentucky?
Yeah, so the only products that we're doing right now are just R&D products, and that's what you're seeing on our website. So that we have been testing them for. We have 5 full-time salespeople who started about 2 weeks ago. The demand from Georgia companies for these products is through the roof. So we work with licensed extractors in Colorado. There's kind of a group of us who have the same philosophy about how we extract, the testing protocols that we put in place, and so we work with a licensed extractor out of there.
Okay. And just the other question, I was looking on the hemp data sheet. You look at 2015, the value, I guess, per pound, that's to the farmer, I suppose, is $10 per pound. You're looking at 2020 projections, it's $6. And typically in agriculture, it will continue. It'll be 5, 4, 3, or whatever, to find that level where, as agriculture will, have a lot of people go into it.
That's right.
Are we being really honest with folks? And I think that's just something I worry about with people, in that the real value of this and what it can mean.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, the way that I wanted to show these numbers here, because I think this is actually more realistic than what you see in the industry. So current product is being offered in the industry this year anywhere between $20 and $35 per pound, okay? But the estimates are that 60 to 70% of the product grown this year is not actually going to be processed. So this is kind of an adjusted way to look at it, because what's happened is companies like ours don't exist at scale. And so there's just not a whole lot of processing. Likewise, we don't really understand what the potential for the demand is. And what we're actually seeing is there may be a huge amount more demand in the market than what we're even anticipating. So yes, but I do agree with you, the price will continue to go down, but I think that's where you'll see these other molecules that are having some pretty strong effects in the little bit of clinical research that's being done. And I can give you an example. CBG, for example, is another cannabinoid that has been looked at a very small scale. It's selling right now for anywhere between $30,000 to $40,000 a liter, whereas CBD on a per liter basis is $4,500 to $6,000 a liter. So again, because of these other molecules, and that's where there has to be massive amounts of research that are done, and these public-private partnerships between industry and universities so that we can develop the full potential of this plant, I think that will continue to boost and keep the prices up, provided that it's being grown the right way under controlled situations, and then I think there's a lot of opportunity for farmers there.
Thank you.
Chairman Parsons, did you have a question?
Thank you. I want to ask a question about the estimated markets.
Yes.
The one that I guess I have a little bit of trouble, not trouble, I was trying to understand better. It says the global estimated global market in 2020 would be 5.7 billion. I'm assuming that there is, globally, that they haven't had the same restrictions we've had in America. So there must be a market there already. What kind of market is there already? I mean, I'm having trouble with some of these estimates but globally, there should be something you could actually base it on. There's a market there now worth something. What is it now? Approximately, is it anything near 5.7 billion? It's on.
Yeah. So if you look at
15.
if you look at this slide here, the column under 2019. So the projected market, the global revenue estimate is 4.58 billion for 2019, and in 2018 it was 3.74 billion. That's not an estimated. I mean, it's estimated only to the extent that the company who put the numbers together, you can't have every number, but that's actual numbers from the industry that have been reported.
So that's my question, but globally, it's a big thing, right?
It is a big, big market.
See, I mean,
globally.
this is all kind of, I haven't been involved, I'm not a farmer, so I haven't been involved in some of these discussions and things that, it just kind of astounds me that there's that kind of market for it. I just can't, it's mind-blowing to me.
Yes, and in different parts of the world, there have been restrictions like here in the U.S. that are also just emerging. And so, again, the global potential for this market, it's very, very hard to estimate where it could go.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right, I think that's it, Rob. Appreciate
Okay.
you being here.
Thank you very
for what
much.
you're doing on this.
Thank you.
All right.
Bring the bus here.
All right, next we've got Commissioner Black. Come on down. Mr. Jack, Sarah, I guess all of y'all are there. Thank you for being here, Commissioner, and Mr. Jack, thank you for being here as well. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for opportunity to visit a bit today, and Jack and I are going to kind of tag team a little bit. Mr. Chairman, may I do this? I'm compelled based upon a little bit of the EPA presentation today and being invoked into that a couple of times, and also on both of the subjects. May I take a minute on each one?
A minute, yes, sir, because we're running behind, so yes, sir, please do.
I understand, but it's important for the committee, I hope, to hear the facts. And the facts are that Tier 3 engines are produced in Mexico, and they're competing with our producers every day. And I'm not going to make any excuses for why my colleagues can't recognize the problem. If they've got their head in the sand, that's fine, as long as I get to do this. If I'm the only one, that suits me just fine. We were the ones that took it to Flint, Michigan 2 years ago, and then we have to sit back, and unfortunately, Susan's doing a wonderful job, and she's a good person, but there's a difficult party line that has to be taken, and it's unfortunate. But I'd love to talk to any of you about that because it really is and we can talk to our former brethren, and still brethren, but colleague Chad Nemmer will enlighten you of what it's doing to the forest industry. Secondly, when it comes to 24C pesticides and Section 18 pesticides that were kind of mentioned about hemp today, about how easy that is for the states. A 24C is for anything without a food tolerance. So that means we could consider a fungicide if it was being used for fiber or something, but not for his product. So the notion that we can come up with a fungicide real quickly with the notion it was B24C is absolutely not accurate, nor Section 18. We cannot get an emergency use Section 18 but for the approval of EPA. The state cannot do that. We can make the application, but they actually don't even allow that to be much of an open process. They almost have to give you an approval before they ever allow you to make application. Those 25B, those minimal use pesticides, minimal risk pesticides, the reason that they're a minimal risk is because they don't work. That's why they're called minimal risk. And that's actually some of the gnat spray that you buy that doesn't work. And there's a reason that they're minimal risk is because there's no testing involved in that and can't be used. It can be used in some of these food products, but they don't work. So the need for the food the tolerances, that's got to be the same pesticide registration program for all commodities. And that's why they need this product. So we'll be working together with them on that. But, all right, can I have my pill now? Thank you. I'm sorry that Chairman Tanner's not here. I wanted to compliment him too and thank you. And I wanted to tell y'all may not have heard this. Kevin Tanner gave me the greatest honor I've had since doing this job this past year. He told me one day, he said, you know, you can go in the federal courthouse and the president's picture's there. He said, you know, you can go in the U.S. Department of Agriculture office, the FSA office, Clay, and said, there's the President of the United States and there's the Secretary of Agriculture. He said, I want you to know that I've put a picture of you in every one of my chicken houses. So I'm honored by that. Y'all want to review a couple of Georgia-grown things. We're going to talk a little tag team on domestic and international. We've got some good reports, but this particularly is a real quick recap. I'm going to blow through all this real fast, but I want y'all to see some of the things that we're keeping up with because it's very important. This is just an overview of our social media at the fair, and it was off the charts. Fair, if you didn't read yet, is the record fair for the third year for the 30 years of the fair. 563,000 attendees. Here's where we overview of our interactions. 74,000. This is organic content from folks. Nothing we paid for. This is where people engaged with the Georgia Grown program during the fair. We had. When we look at some of these impressions, let me go here. The font changed on me. Sorry about that. The number of engagements, 13,000. That 13,000 folks were engaged during the 11 days of the fair with us. Number of impressions, 148,000. So that's people taking and sharing them, and y'all know the jargon. That was from Facebook. Real interesting thing too. If you notice, women between the age of 35 and 44, that's where our largest demographic group, we're able to split that out a bit. Great percentages too here. Uh-oh. I thought that was the, never mind. Y'all can see it to the right, the percentages increase, and that's what we've been trying to work and really grow our impressions. Top Facebook posts. We did have one. The one on the left is actually the calves right when they're born, and that's one of the biggest stories we have to tell is why you separate a dairy calf right after it's born. But it's good engagement with the people, and sometimes you get a negative post or two about that, but that's part of the process, trying to educate people. Instagram was very, very popular. That's one of the most popular pictures that was taken, just went viral. 25 to 34, that's the demographic of women that seem to use Instagram more. There's some of our top posts. You gotta love it. Every time we named a calf, by the way, that's the naming ceremony over to the right. So with one of the, actually president of the Georgia Veterinary Medical Association was able to do that. Representative Mr. Chairman Jasters, I think one of your veterinarians up your way. Instagram stories, you can see some of these numbers. That's up 165%. We're pretty pleased with that. We had a booth where you could take your own picture, your own Instagram, and get your own GIF, and it's pretty cool. One of the ones that went a little viral was the secretary was actually there with some of your grandchildren, and that was a pretty cool thing. We can do a little bit better job of how these things are shared, though, and that's one of the tasks for next year is trying to. But anyway, wanted to show you a few of those things, and we do keep up with why we do what we do and try to put the metrics to it. And it's pretty interesting to see how that's helping the program continue to grow. I want to mention to you one issue. Jack's going to give you some details of what Paul has been up to on the international brand. It's very important. Y'all have invested in us, and we're really trying to make a difference across the globe. Paul Thompson, the international brand manager, he's in Ghana. He got back for about 4 days because he spent the previous week in Vietnam, and he and I have just gotten back from Taiwan. Taiwan is a very interesting project where you have provided for us to have an international brand manager, but we've taken that and leveraged that with the United States Department of Agriculture with the agriculture trade promotion dollars that have been available for creating new markets for commodities that were affected by the China situation. We chose Taiwan. We competed with other states, and we got $1.5 million for ATP for 3 years. Looks like that might be expanded to 5 years. And the whole notion there is to build a brand new platform for pecan in Taiwan. It was 13 buyers face-to-face. We carried 5 growers. Awesome week. In fact, it was so good. We established relationships. We have a reverse trade mission going on right now because 10 of their buyers back with us this week. We've got a team of folks that are visiting pecan farms, they're visiting shellers, they're visiting some of the actually value-added companies, and all that's going very, very well. I had lunch with their team yesterday, and it's really excited about where that's headed. For those of you who have pecan growers, anytime we can sell pecan anywhere, it's going to help everybody. So, but if we can build a new platform for Taiwan to actually penetrate deeper into the Asian market and hopefully help some of those dominoes fall to get into India and Indonesia, that will be big for us. I think China's going to come back, but when it comes back, I still don't want, pardon the pun, but I don't want us to ever get caught again with all our pecans in one basket, and that's exactly what happened, and that's why we're suffering right now. We need to do with other products. Chairman Watson, one of the brokers, one of the buyers is a produce broker. And we've had very good discussions with him. I hope we keep building these bridges, building the relationships, and a lot of good business will come from it. But I'm happy to report to you, because of that first effort, the first 51,000-pound container of in-shell pecans is already on the water to Taiwan. There was a sale made because of that. There's already been one sale, and it'll be on consumer shelves for consumers to purchase during Christmas with one retailer this December. So that's pretty cool. And so y'all, thank you for trusting us with that. We'll keep on building those markets. Vietnam, Ghana, and when Paul gets back for about another week, we are concluding international trip this year to Mexico City. Lots of opportunity. I've talked to Chairman or Leader Burns. I know his sons have been actively involved in shipping pine logs many places, and there's opportunity there in Vietnam that we've already spoken about. So it's a matter of what we're willing to dream, what we're willing to do, and how, if we're willing to work hard, we can get there. Jackson, I'll touch base on a couple of domestic things real quick.
I spent most of my adult life in Jackson County, where the commissioner's from. And then I relocated to Moultrie, so I don't talk about pecans anymore, I talk about pecans. So that's the big difference in moving there. If I can, I'll just share a little bit of Paul Thompson's itinerary. We wanted Paul at this meeting really bad, but to tell you we took funds that we were appropriated and ran with them. Since this has happened, Paul Thompson has been in Indonesia, South Africa, South Korea, Taiwan, Colombia, Canada, Vietnam, and is currently in West Africa. And folks, this is because of what I would like to say is a great partnership with 3 partners. And we don't talk about how this doesn't work. GDA did indeed get, for the year 2019, some $596,000 appropriated in ATP funds because of the tariffs mitigation with pecans in China. And I said the word wrong, pecans in China. But if you think about the partnership we have, number one, there's this gentleman we all know well, and I think it turned a fresh face to this, and that is Secretary Perdue, because our partnership through USDA, Paul Thompson has gone on every one of these foreign agriculture service trips, accompanied by people from USDA. The other thing that has been a big change, and I think that the commissioner will second me on this, is our partnership with an organization called SUSTA, the Southern United States Trade Association. That involves 14 states, as far north as Maryland, as far west as Texas. And every one of those commissioners of agriculture in those states, including Commissioner Black, serves on the board of directors for the Southern United States Trade Association. And I think the commissioner and I both, up until Secretary Perdue came into office, were extremely critical that this SUSTA organization created a whole lot of fictitious numbers to impress us with their worth. And now, with Secretary Perdue, we are getting real numbers and real value, and we think that this partnership with them is good. Don't want to leave out the Georgia Economic Development Branch, because economic development is a strong ally and a part of this program with us. They were handling and doing a lot of the work with SUSTA, and now, because of a brand new MOU which goes into effect January 1, the Georgia Department of Agriculture, Economic Development, SUSTA, and USDA, we're all working together as a team. I think there's a lot more strength in all those numbers. I think there is. But again, if we can look at real economic rewards of this, guaranteed this year in ATP funds of $596,000, which wouldn't have happened without the application. Sarah Cook, who was at the program we had in Jasper, Georgia, is currently on the podium, should be, and speaking, open up the Exchange Club Fair in Albany. Hopefully her and Congressman Bishop are over there having a good time. I think they are. At least I did last year at that. But in terms of domestic trade, we are signed up. We are fully equipped. There are 13 such domestic trade shows we're going to. 4 of those are produce influence shows only. 1 of them is a joint show, which is produce and value added, and 8 of them are value added shows. So if you're selling a pecan candy, if you're selling something, it's a value-added product. And we are sponsoring many Georgia people. We're tracking individually the sales they get from it. So we're trying to work on both domestic and international trade. And I believe in commerce, but I think the definition of commerce, until a buyer and a seller meet and monies are exchanged, is not commerce. So we're trying to create effective commerce on those fronts. Did I leave anything out, Commissioner?
It's real important, going back on Georgia Department of Economic Development, we may put a bow on this and have to take y'all's questions. And I did want to brief you real quickly too on where we are on disaster and recovery. But Jack and I, part of our challenge back 8 years ago when we, in 2011 when we started doing this, is there were, I always kind of thought about it as being an aircraft carrier, and we had lots of problems. We had a bunch of planes on deck on fire and people in sick bay, and there were lots of issues. One of the things was the international component, plus we had not developed the Georgia Grown brand where it needed to be. And we had some vision for that and what we wanted to do. Well, we worked together back then with Chris Comiskey at Economic Development and with Governor Deal. We said, look, we're going to do an MOU about SUSTA and take this international thing off our plate, because right now we don't have anything to sell. We had somebody going to a bunch of meetings, but they wouldn't do anything. So we wanted to launch the brand, let it work itself into maturity domestically first, so that it's recognized. And we can tackle the international when time came. And that time came when we really launched a different part of the focus with the investment last year. So we've got our international brand manager. His number one job is to stay in the hip pocket of the Undersecretary of Trade, Ted McKinney's my former colleague from Indiana. Paul's job is if Ted moves, Paul's to be with him, and he hadn't missed a beat. And those things are making a difference. We're making an impression. We're building relationships, which y'all know for the long term. It's the relationships and the trust that you have to build in these markets in order to ever do any business. And we just never had that long-staying power until you invested in us. But now that we've matured, we've been able to move forward with a new MOU with economic development and pull SUSTA back our way, because we've got the management and the skill that's necessary to make it perform. So that's what we're doing. I will, Mr. Chairman, if it's possible, you want to take questions about this, and then if I can I can do something real quick on what USDA said about hemp today. And then secondly, if you want to talk about recovery, we can give you a little update on the block grant.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Take questions.
Let me address. Now, Rob did a great job, and thank you. And we want to work with you. And everybody wants good products. But as we've all talked about during this entire deal, this is not simple. This is not simple at all. We want to be supportive. We got our rules drafted back in July, got them posted, got some good comments back, We're poised to get our rules in a final format, but the problem is that we've got to have the USDA's approval. And we submitted a USDA plan. We did that on July the 10th. And their approval of our plan is contingent upon them adopting their own rules. So we didn't think it's prudent to run through with another set of rules without having USDA opine on them, because otherwise we could publish a set of rules and USDA says, I don't like that. So we got all this has got to work together. Bryce Trotter on my team has been a little bit on the point the last few months on this, and we were part of a pre-announcement conference call today. And we'd love to visit with you maybe during supper. If anybody's got specific questions about that, this is what we knew was complicated. It got like 5 times more complicated today with the proposal of these USDA rules. And the whole notion about a variance, USDA specifically said no today to a statutory variance. That's not going. The statutory variance on the 0.3 is a, you know, people change their mind, but that's a bold no from USDA today. So what we can do, we want the best program in America. We've talked about that since day one. If we're going to have a program, we're going to put every other state out of business. That's what we should do. That should be our mindset. But we do have a heavy task ahead of us, and we're going to have to. But you can expect. Are we going to have a 2020 crop? If we get a USDA approved plan and get it in time, the answer to that is yes. But we are going to have to work with y'all. We're going to need your help in January, because I cannot do this with, I mean, we can do it with the people we have. It's just they won't do other things. We will have to. It's a matter of prioritization, and that's not I need more money whining. It's just it is cold hard reality, and we're going to have to do that. But we look forward to working with you, I promise, and we'll get you a good plan. Secondly, where we're on recovery. I have a memo that I hope that if you would like to have, we can get Holly to get it. We can get it emailed out to you. This is our communication with the team at Farm Service Agency and USDA, which has been an ongoing thing since May. The President signed the package on June the 6th. That was for the USDA part of that, but it's also for the block grant. The authorization for block grant is on top of normal program crop stuff that you've heard. The Speaker said it today, glad they approved, and USDA is, which Chairman Watson, I know that thing's a joke too, because it's the USDA component of it is not even helping our folks nearly like it should. Well, that's why we continue to argue very sternly about the size of our block grant so that we're able to actually get some help. We're 384 days since the storm. And I told them last night, it was the President of the United States that looked into my eyes and said, are you going to work with this agency to help get them some help? What do y'all think I said? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. In 384 days, we have nothing. The size of that block grant, I know what we asked for, and they said don't be ashamed. We were not. We asked for $748 million. Now we're pretty sure about 200 that they kind of cut out because they didn't like our ideas. That's fine. We didn't balloon it. We just tried to do the best we could. Will we get 200? I don't know. Will we get 400? I don't know. But this memo, and I'm happy for you to see it because I'd love for you to share it with some of your folks. But this memo is either going to break it loose in 6 days or they're not going to talk to me no more for 6 months. It's going to be one or the other. And that's fine. But I believe we're close. And we had some more discussions like last night. And these are with the Secretary of Staff. It's not with the career. That's where the problem is. The problem is the system. Yeah. And so let's hope and pray it gets done. And when we're done, we're ready to roll. We've got the vendors, we've got, there'll be no cost to the state to administer this. I have the capability. Bryce, we built in 1% or 2%? Yeah, top administration. Yeah, we just built in 1%. They let you go up to 5%, I think, but that's absurd. It doesn't cost that. We're going to have an online system, 100% quick sign up, get served, and it's going to help vegetable, pecan, timber, beef, dairy, nursery, and poultry. Not peanut and cotton. They don't fit in block grant. But these others, that's the only way Chairman Watson's ever going to be able to get help if we can get this thing done. So, thank you, sir.
Questions? Well, I'll kind of start it off real quick, Commissioner. I guess I want to start by thanking you for your international effort. I know that the Georgia Economic Development folks do a lot internationally, but I don't think that they're traveling around trying to sell chicken and cotton and pecans. So I appreciate that effort to go out there and be seen and be a part of that environment, because that's definitely where the markets seem to be going.
Yes, sir.
And then I guess on the domestic front, I know we had a lot of talk last session about the Farmers Market Authority.
Yeah.
And that's part of the domestic market and growing that domestic market. And so could you touch on the status of that? I know it got moved over in the Senate, and I know it's pretty important that we make some changes to our market environment to try to get them in a better position, especially going forward with some of the other things we're facing financially. But could you touch on that and what the status of that is and how we can help there?
Yes, sir, and thank you for being one of the head cheerleaders of that being better. And we've actually got we've had a vendor that's been a long time vendor, and I guess the largest building other than our new one.
Yes,
has departed, and I'm going to let Jack talk to you about how we've reconstructed the RFP process for the next person to occupy that building, and he'll share with that because we awarded it yesterday. I think you'll be very pleased. But Chairman Houston, we've talked for as long as she's been the subcommittee chair on budget about our business plan, the way the markets operate, or just it doesn't make sense. I don't think any of us would like our business structure to be the way it is, because we net $3.5 million a year. Granted, all of that goes back to the general fund, but then when I need to do general maintenance or anything else, we come to you and ask you, we borrow money for 20 years to do it. We have no method, no way to have retained earnings just to pave a parking lot or fix a water pipe. We do all that on borrowed money, and it makes no sense. So the only solution to that, we've thought about different ways of authorization, but the best way would be just to create this authority. And I'm just grateful to Ms. Houston for her willingness to do that. So y'all approved it. It was one of those things that kind of got at the last minute in the Senate, and they had some questions. We've had some good discussions, and I'm hopeful to have another briefing with some of the senators that are on that study committee after the next National Fairgrounds and our Expo Authority board meeting in November. And I know Chairman Walker, Larry Walker's chairman of the study committee, was looking at it, and he's very amenable to working with us. So I'm hopeful we'll get that structure. And then we'll have some enabling legislation, how to transfer those assets. That's going to be a little tricky. But then I don't know, and I know the governor's office is here, and I hope we don't want to alarm anybody about loss of revenue either. But we've got a chance to fix the business model for the next generation. I think we ought to do it. Jack, talk about that contract real quick.
One of the things we did, we were talking about the building that came open at Atlanta Market was Building M. We put out, and there were some 11 or 12, and I don't have the count, I got on my phone, 11 or 12 applicants. And the thing we asked for on this RFP was, number one, we will know your plans for this building what it's going to do to impact in terms of labor. But one of the most critical things we wanted to know was what is it going to allow you to buy more from Georgia farmers, and what is going to be impact on the rural community in Georgia through your increased purchase power. Now, they can give us lots of things on an RFP that sound real good, but the one we chose took it to the next level of sounding good. Now, I don't think we can write in a long-term contract for this tenant that he is forced to buy a certain percentage, but I think certainly we can put in this contract and have every intention on it that you are going to show us an increase in sales and an increase in purchases from Georgia agricultural community to support this rural economy. And that's part of that RFP process, because we want that to be real critical. We can't run their business. They got to stay in business 365. We can't tell them they can't buy from other sources when that need arises. But shame on us if we don't try to hold their feet to the fire and make them purchase from Georgia's farmers. And that's what we're trying to do with this RFP process.
Deal on this building also is that the improvements that will be made on this building will not be done with state funds. They'll be done with their own cash.
Yes.
So we're not going to spend any of our bonds on redoing. This building is the old General Produce building, and one of the largest building on the Atlanta market. But it's a great example of a mighty poor tinker toy that was put together when nobody looked at the directions, because it's got coolers added on different places, no way to subdivide it, and no way, nobody in their right mind, but it was just in a long-term tenant, and they kept doing stuff their way, and then they sold out to Castellini from Cincinnati. Castellini's had it for 5 years, 4 years, something like that, and then Castellini is gone. But it's going to open up some new opportunity for people, other people that have been on the market for years too. So.
Okay. Chairman Perkle.
Thank you so much. Commissioner, thank you for your push. And if you need something on that memo, I'll be glad to sign. I would like to publicly state that for our pecan, our timber producers, vegetable producers, the only assistance they've received from disaster assistance and disaster recovery, the only assistance has come from the great state of Georgia. That had never been done in the history of this great state. The only assistance they have had came from this great state. And we need to move that logjam. And anything I could do. I want to thank you for your emphasis on international trade and pushing Georgia grown. A trade mission without a commerce component is just a trip. And thank you for that emphasis and being a good steward of the taxpayers' money. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
First, did I understand that cotton wouldn't be in the disaster payment?
No, ma'am. It's called Wildfire Hurricane Indemnity Program, WHIP. You've heard your farmers say
okay.
WHIP. WHIP was devised in 2017 because of the hurricanes back then. USDA did miss the mark, and there was $1.4 billion left over. But they had a component of a plan, of a program that applied to those general commodities. So they decided to reauthorize WHIP, which is for peanut, cotton. Pecan and vegetable also qualify, except it doesn't work. And it really doesn't work for cotton. And so we've reauthorized something that's really not going to serve people because they didn't make a couple of critical changes. And it's all to do with how you average your yields and your crop insurance. It's a very complicated thing. But I can tell you right now, our producers feel like they've been whipped.
Well, I just know I saw cotton fields that were just level when I went down, up to southwest Georgia. Another thing, too, regarding our farmers market, I think one thing, too, not only do we know this is going to having a better financial business plan would help. And in the long run, even though we made $3 million and that would take that out of state funds, the money that we can put in and return it and make it better with that will be a lot more than $3 million.
Yes, ma'am.
And the thing about it that concerns me, and I don't understand why the Senate doesn't realize that apparently they haven't been down there, we have got to do something about people coming into the farmer's market, or else food safety is number one. We can have that thing closed up and the whole agricultural thing in Georgia could be going down the drain if we don't do something about food safety
Yes,
at
ma'am.
the farmer's market.
Thank you.
Thank
It's
you.
I want you to know there are inspectors, and there are, but here's where the
What I'm talking about, all the people cars just coming in there and people walking around and there's no control.
Yes, ma'am. There's not, the market that the state built in 1959 was built during, a year after year, I was born, and the notion that our whole way the produce industry is, the way it is regulated, yet all of that has changed, but yet a component of the marketing is the same. And so Atlanta Farmers Market is a fun place for some people, but this year I can count on one hand the number of let's be generous. I tell you right now, the number of Georgia farmers that had presence on the Atlanta State Farmers Market will not fill up fingers on two hands. There are lots of brokers, and there are lots of brokers doing business not with the same types of requirements as the other people in the big buildings. That's what's got to go away. And the food safety regulations that are pummeling in on top of us that we've got to enforce is just about we need to wipe that whole lower part of the market out, and we need to build 3 more buildings like the ones that you've just funded. By the way, we'll have a ribbon cutting on that finally. Before too long, you're going to be real proud of it. One of the best buildings ever been built by the state. It ought to be. It took too long, but that's...
Can I correct one thing?
So need to close some of the farmers markets that have razor sharp wire around it to keep the homeless people out. I'm not saying that about homeless people, but
I know which one you're referring to.
it needs to be closed.
So you don't misunderstand what the commissioner said. We're not against those 5, 6, 7 farmers coming to the Atlanta market. There's always a home for them there. It's that median area that there's no room for. It's those folks who want to be commercial, who are what we will call the modern day pinhooker. And those are the people we're talking about who really don't have a place at the modern produce terminal market.
And I didn't mean to say anything about homeless people. We're just trying to protect Georgia property.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the reason we had to put razor wire around it. Thank you.
Big, tall razor wire.
Just kind of close it up, because I know we got to tie things up here. If we're able to get the authority done, will that allow you to redo the RFPs for other tenants at some point in time as you move forward when they renew?
That's certainly on the table, and anytime we can talk about that with the way contracts are done correctly. I don't think you can. Be real hard to require, but certainly there's a component of the contract ought to show that it's a priority to us and it's a priority to Georgia producers, and we want to do all we can to make sure we knit those people together.
Yeah, well, they're just in a prime location that's basically being subsidized by the taxpayers of Georgia. So supporting Georgians should be pretty important.
Real, very much so.
All right. Well, thank you, Commissioner. And John, you want to tell us real quick about dinner?
Couple announcements. First, you can leave your folders on the table. The room will be locked up. Second, the bus will be leaving the hotel at 5:30 sharp. We've got room for the staff members and spouses on the bus. So 5:30 sharp, be on the bus.